Today is a good day to be a member of the Rochester City School District. Here we go. Good evening, everybody. Today is September the 1st, 2020. It is now 5:36. We're running a bit behind schedule, but I'm sure we can make up for it. I want to thank my colleagues and the district staff for arranging this meeting tonight. These are difficult, challenging technology that we have to use, and sometimes we're not able to use it perfectly, but our staff really gets us through it. And I want to begin with an apology to my colleagues and to Ms. Wade. First of all, on behalf of my colleagues, welcome Ms. Wade to your new role. We're all very proud and happy that you're taking all of the experiences that you had. Yes, let's get a round of applause. This was a well-deserved promotion, and all of us feel all the more confident, even in this new craziness that we have to deal with, that you are at the helm as a board clerk. So welcome, and on behalf of the board, congratulations. And then the first thing I want to do is I want to apologize to you because Marisol and I, traditionally, I see her there. She's in a different role now. She and I usually took the time to talk the meetings through before the meeting. Well, unfortunately for Ms. Wade's first meeting, we really didn't have the chance to do that. So I'm telling you all up front, we're probably going to make some mistakes. And I know you all will correct us when we do. And I will probably be making most of those mistakes, but we really didn't have the time that we would normally like to have to work things through. So I apologize to Ms. Wade that this may not go as smoothly as she would like in her first time. But here we go. Call the meeting to order. It is now 5:37. Speaker list, Ms. Wade, we don't have any speakers tonight, right?
No speakers tonight.
But there were some written submissions by emails, is that right? And 3 of them. And could you just tell us, tell the folks out there listening how they might make the same submission or even speak to the full board just so they know how the process works?
Sure. So persons in the public are able to address the board by signing up to speak by noon of the day of the meeting. You may call into the board office and leave a message, or you may email board.of.education at rcstk12.org. If you would also like to leave comments, you can email those comments to the same email address by noon of the meeting, and the board will be able to receive those and read them, and they'll be also posted to the website as well. That's it.
Thank you very much. Next item on the agenda is a special meeting discussion. We are going to get a presentation by Janelle Morris regarding our school comprehensive education plans. Dr. Morris?
Thank you, and good evening, everyone. I'm just going to go over and provide an overview of the school comprehensive improvement plans and discuss how they are generated, what is their purpose, and how they relate to accountability. So I'm just going to share my screen. Okay, so thank you so much, everyone. I just wanted to provide an overview for everyone regarding the SEP planning process and how all of our SEP plans are generated, how we have presented all of our SEP plans today for review before asking for board approval and sending the plans to the state for their review. So I wanted to start at the beginning because I wanted to make sure that there is an understanding of what types of planning goes into the SEP plan generation, which schools are typically asked to do SEP plans, and here in Rochester, what do we do? And what are the accountability designations of the schools that are required to participate in the planning process? So the New York State is, like all the other states, required to adhere to an accountability system, which is called the Every Student Succeeds Act. And this is an external measure that provides for a way to measure and determine how our students are succeeding. So At the end of the COVID-19 closure from last year, all of the schools and their accountabilities are currently frozen at the status that they were last in during the 1920 school year. And that will continue as their accountability status until the end of the 2021 school year, unless extended by the state commissioner. And so New York State has an accountability system that identifies several types of schools, but most importantly for our conversation today, there are comprehensive support and improvement schools, which are also called CSI, or targeted support and improvement schools, which are TSI. And so there are other school designations that we will talk about frequently in our board meetings. And those are frequently either good standing schools, or we also have another layer of support for struggling and persistently struggling schools called receivership. So just to give you a general overview, the Every Student Succeeds Act, or ESSA, has several layers of alignment that the federal accountability system and the state accountability system asks us to align our planning and our strategies to. So these include areas such as in student academic achievement, looking at how our students are doing in English, math, and science in the grades 3 through 8. And also in the high school level, it looks at English, math, science, social studies as well to see for the academic achievement. In terms of student growth, the students are measured in terms of growth in grades 3 through 8 in their, grades 4 through 8 in English and math. There's academic progress that's also measured at ELA and math against long-term goals that are set by the state, and also measures of interim progress. There are expectations in terms of performance at graduation rates. There are measures of success that are determined for students who are demonstrating English language acquisition. There are measures as well in chronic absenteeism, and also in college, career, and civic readiness, which are measured by the types of diplomas, credentials, advanced course credit, and enrollment students have prior to their exit of the K-12 system. So all of this is used in the planning and the SEP plans that the board members were provided in the past week to review and to review what the planning is for the schools for the upcoming school year. So to give you an overview of how many plans were developed and shared, there is a distribution of the accountability status of the schools based on what I've just shared with you, where we had 14 TSI schools and we have 14 CSI schools, as well as 12 receivership schools. Receivership schools, they receive a different support process as well, where they're required to develop a plan to specifically address the receivership indicators, but that's outside of this process. So just to give you a little bit of definition of what a comprehensive support and improvement school is, the comprehensive and support and improvement school is based on a evaluation by New York State Education Department based on performance of all students, and this is done every 3 years. So schools in this designation include schools with the lowest 5% of performance of all schools, high schools with 4, 5, or 6-year graduation rates of 67% or less, or schools that have not improved after receiving very targeted support. So these CSI schools have to develop an improvement plan, and it must be submitted to state education for approval. So they also have to have, and we will discuss this as we continue, an evidence-based school-wide improvement strategy. They have to also begin student and parent participatory budgeting, and also they have to survey parents, teachers, and schools. And you will see that these surveys and these data that they are collected in this process are used in the SEP documents that are being presented today. Additionally, TSI schools, or targeted support and improvement schools, are identified every 3 years based on the performance of one subgroup of students. So therefore, the CSI are the entire school and based on the entire performance of the entire school body, whereas TSI schools, they have one particular subgroup that is among the lowest performing in the state. So they have a very targeted focus in where they are providing that additional planning and support. And so TSI schools must develop an improvement plan, but do not need to submit it to the state education department. However, we still go through the same review process with our TSI schools in Rochester that we would as a CSI school. Their plan has to include evidence-based interventions to support the needs of the targeted subgroups. And so I'd already mentioned receivership schools, but just so everyone is aware, the receivership schools are typically designated based on either being determined to be persistently struggling or struggling. And they get a particular specific allowances for removing barriers in the areas of governance, school leadership and staffing, collective bargaining agreements, parent and community engagement, the social and emotional development health of students, such as community schools, district support, and fiscal resources. So with that overview, I will now discuss the SEP planning process so that you are abreast with the requirements that come along with the development of SEP plans that have been presented for your approval today. So all Rochester CSI and TSI schools must develop a school comprehensive education plan. This is also called a SEP. And we also ask good standing schools to develop a school improvement plan as well. So the TSI schools, which you have received plans today, submit their plans to the district for approval. The CSI schools submit their plan to the district and then to state education for approval. So also recipients of SIG grants, which are the 1003G school improvement grants, or School Innovation Fund or SIF grants, or schools in receivership also have the specific action plan or continuation plan they have developed as, and that serves as their SEP. So plans are developed generally for every single school that we have within our district. And these are specific to make sure that we identify where we have been, what we've done well, and what we need to improve to address the needs of the students that I've just described. So this SEP must be developed in collaboration with stakeholders, and it must be based on data from the school, including the results of your comprehensive needs assessment. And I will talk about what a needs assessment will review shortly. It will also identify initiatives that have been implemented to make sure that we're positively affecting student learning. And it must also include at least one evidence-based intervention. The school improvement process includes several steps. So step one is identifying the team and scheduling the process for developing the SEP. So generally the team that is working alongside the SEP development is called the SBPT. And we will talk a little bit further about what this role of this team is. They also review multiple sources of feedback to identify needs and consider root causes. The team also is important in determining priorities and goals based on the needs that they identify. Additionally, this team does an evidence-based intervention that they identify will be best aligned with the needs and the direction of the school. They can schedule activities to occur during the year to reach these goals and priorities and identify benchmarks for the goals identified. And lastly, the planning process includes identifying a plan to communicate the priorities with the different stakeholders, which is the SEP plan that you all have in front of you today. So to develop an improvement plan that addresses school-specific challenges, the schools first have to consider the needs of the school, and they have to look at data, practices, and resources. So when they're looking at these data, they are considering the areas of need, and they do something called a root cause analysis. And when they do that, they look at the different types of causes of the needs for the school. And these generally fall either as human causes or organizational causes. So human causes are causes that can be attributed to individuals. For example, a possible cause for the poor implementation of the professional development on a higher order questioning could be that the principals did not conduct informal walkthroughs consistently and provide feedback. An organizational cause can be attributed to systems that were faulty or did not work as designed. So an example of that would be the poor implementation of a professional development on the higher order questioning could be that the informal walkthrough tool was too broad and considered too many things other than just the high order questioning. So really figuring out the difference between causes for the school that are human or organizational in nature helps the school figure out how they want to address the root causes as they move forward. So once the school figures out which their areas of need are and have considered what their root causes or cause are that are responsible, the school has to figure out how they want to prioritize in the upcoming school year. So all SEPs have 5 goals that the schools organize their work towards for the upcoming school year. And all the SEPs have aligned their goals. Next year, we will make sure that we align all of our goals towards the strategic plan. So for all schools, at least one of the goals have to be related to the results from the most recent school survey. And for the remaining 4 goals, the schools can decide to pursue one of 2 options. One is called the DASA indicator option, and the other one is called the effective practices option. So as you went through the SEP plans, you may have seen that schools had one of those choices. The DASA indicator option will allow the school to work towards a quantifiable goal that's connected to the DASA indicators that the schools receive at a score of level 1 for the all student subgroup. So sometimes there are also an option for a school to substitute a school identified goal that's in college career readiness. So maybe the different types of diploma options that might be out there, or English language proficiency or chronic absenteeism if the school received a level 2 or higher from that indicator. So schools who select the DASA indicator option have 5 goals. And they are, you will have seen in the plan, you would have seen they selected an ELA goal, a math goal, an English language proficiency goal, or a school selected quantifiable goal, as I just discussed, or a chronic absenteeism goal, or a school selected quantifiable goal, as I just expressed. For our secondary schools, or grades 9 through 12, what they would select from would be graduation rate, or composite performance achievement if their graduation rate was below 7%, college and career readiness or school selected quantifiable goal, English language proficiency or a school selected quantifiable goal, or chronic absenteeism or a school selected quantifiable goal. So remember, these school selected goals are only an option if they did not receive a level 1 for the indicator identified. So if you're going to identify a goal because you were a higher scoring in that particular area, you can select something that's quantitative, but you have to have baseline data that you've selected. So on screen, you'll see there are several things that a school could select from. That includes stuff such as student attendance, teacher attendance, science, social studies, etc. So at least one of those 5 goals that they select are devoted towards improving the result of the questions from the survey that most recently was administered. So the school is responsible for reviewing the results from that survey. As I mentioned before, it is part of the designation and the requirement for that designation that these surveys must be administered. And therefore, after the school reviews the results, then they identify the question from any of the surveys that they would like to improve upon the response for next year. And then they identify its goal for the same question on next year's survey. And then they would make sure that they develop a series of action around reaching that goal. So for TSI schools, as I mentioned, they have a similar but different process. They are very similar in that they can also choose either the DASA indicator option, as I just expressed to you, or the effective practices option. If they choose the DASA indicator option, the goals will be specific to the subgroup identified, versus in the CSI group, those CSI schools must address the needs of all students in the school. And also, they have additional flexibility that they're allowed to employ because they're a TSI school and they're only working or focusing intensely on one subgroup. So they can do anything that's identified that will specifically support the improvement of that subgroup, while also making sure that they target the performance of the entire school. So when the planning process continues, the school has determined their goals, then they have to decide what they're going to do to reach the goals. So these actions tell how the school is going to look and improve from where they are right now, and how they can identify how to get to where they need to go to achieve their goal. So they're building every year different steps to take them towards that goal. So there are so many different actions that schools are obviously employing every day when they're open to try and make sure that they're meeting multiple competing goals in some cases. So they have to be very strategic about what they select in their plans so that they're able to be successful in meeting their goals. So when they come up with their plans, they have to develop 2 sections to address how they're going to take action. And they look at their planning from August to January. So in other words, what they're going to do the first half of the year, and then they look at what they're going to do from January to June. So in other words, if halfway through the school year, they see where they are and either to stay on track or to adjust to meet their benchmark. So the state education department will ask how we are communicating our SEP to stakeholders at the beginning of the year. This is really important in making sure that we are identifying and communicating how we are planning to do the work of improvement in the school and how we are engaging our stakeholders in that work. So the DASA indicator path option has the focus towards the indicators that led to the identification. So for example, as I mentioned before, there were several things that are related to the DASA calculation. And once the data is finalized, the school can determine whether they have improved those areas that are relating to their accountability. So for the DASA plan, which is the accountability plan that I described at the beginning, there are some new requirements for SEP stakeholder involvement. And so what is important for the stakeholders that participate in the plan development is that we have to make sure that the participating stakeholders are fully representative of the school and that the stakeholders are involved in meaningful and significant work related to improvement, and that the final plan accounts for those perspectives of those stakeholders that were involved. So these plans should and do include the following constituents in the development. And so that includes school leaders, teachers, parents, and persons in parental relation, and also students in secondary schools. And of course, the Board of Education, which is reviewing the plan. So they have to meet to engage in 5 different processes that are important. So they have to make sure that they review the multiple sources of feedback to identify needs and root causes, determine priorities and goals, identify the evidence-based intervention as I described, and schedule activities to do during the year to reach these goals. And lastly, identify the plan to communicate the priorities with different stakeholders, which is involved with this process today. So As you look in the SEP plan, you will notice that there is a place where it mentions the names and the titles of people who participated, the days when they participated, and what they did at each one of those meetings in relation to those 5 processes. So TSI schools as well follow a similar process, but as I mentioned, they are looking specifically at subgroup performance and looking at specific ways that they are able to bring stakeholders together to collaborate to improve the school in those stakeholder areas. And that is the presentation about SEP planning today. Are there any questions?
I think the only,
I'm sorry, go ahead, Vice President Elliott.
I didn't raise my hand, so I was fooling around with my mute button. I think the only thing that I would just ask is that there is accountability. I mean, we've seen these plans in the past, and there has not been any, well, I don't remember, maybe some of my colleagues can remember. I never remember that once they were brought to our, to present to us, that, no one ever came back to give us an update about those plans, but more importantly, that what is written in those plans, we're actually operationalizing. And I never saw that happening. So somebody may have a different point of view, but that's my concern, that we write up these great plans, but for whatever reason, they don't seem to get operationalized, and we have to make sure that they get operationalized. That's the only thing that I have. Thank you.
Commissioner LeBron?
Yeah, I just have a couple of questions. So my understanding too, with these plans, when we had leadership meetings in the buildings, part of the leadership kind of focused on updates in those meetings, depending on which schools, sometimes did correlate with these plans. And a couple of themes that had came up in some of the schools that I am the liaison for was around how chiefs were, I guess, technically supporting or not supporting in some areas. And this is not current chiefs. There's been some changes here with chiefs. So let me put that out there too. But I just want to understand how chiefs will be supporting this work with their schools. And then in addition, realizing that this plan just came out now, I'm wondering how we can align this with the budgets, because one of the biggest issues that did come out in the last year with one of my schools was that they had this plan and then we did not fund some of the necessary training that they needed to implement the plan and get them to the next level. And there was also a lack of actual professional development and training for that principal, and understanding all of the data that the state is using to determine the status of their school. So really wanting to understand in the future how we can align these plans somehow with a budget process, because right now we passed the budget, we just created a plan. For me, it's not clear if they're going to have the proper funding and resources needed to truly implement the plan as written and intended, but then also how the chiefs will work to support our principals. So you can speak on those two.
We have present 2 of our chiefs, so I see them and I would allow them to go ahead and address your question.
Good evening, commissioners. I'll part of the question when you talk about how are we going to support our principals in this work. So as you know, we visit on a regular basis to our schools, and part of the conversation during our visits is looking at data, and then we look at those SEP plans to see how we are progressing toward the goals that they have within those plans. We have set data review meetings, and then mid-year, there is a component within the SEP that talks about where are you mid-year. So in December, we have a review with our principals to talk about how have you met some of those goals, or how are you progressing towards those goals, what are some of the action steps that are listed and how are we doing in terms of implementing them? And then we look and see how far or how close we are to the goals that are set for the end of the year. And we make adjustments based on where we are. So that's part of that. I'll let my colleague, Dr. Peluso, add anything else.
I agree wholeheartedly. We use the plans as we do our visits, and you know, it'll focus either on attendance, and one day maybe on ELA, and one area maybe math. Look at data and do some classroom walkthroughs to guide those instructions. And we know these plans are living documents, right? They're not perfect the first time. So there may be some evolutions of it as time goes on to say, okay, we may need to adjust this. And especially at the mid-year point, when we start to look at those benchmarks, did we meet them and do we need to make adjustments?
And then in terms of your second question, Commissioner LeBron, which I'm sure you wanted some information around how did the plans align with the budget? So when we work with our principals in terms of creating those action steps, we look at what capacity they have in their building to do that work. This year, one of the big components in many of our plans is about the My Vision reading program. And so in terms of how that aligns with the budget, the ELA department had a plan to purchase those resources. And then part of that was to ensure that there was professional development already a part of the plan that was also built into the budget when we went with selecting My Vision. So the professional development that is needed throughout the year is already a part of the budget. The other component around professional development with that particular goal is that with our remote learning schedule, we have built in additional time for professional development that will not be a cost to us to have teachers attend after hours, or as you're familiar with those board resolutions where we have to pay teachers additional pay. We're building that professional development in the Wednesday plan. In terms of some of the other areas around math, chronic absenteeism, a lot of that work is built into the daily work that happens in the school. So that may have answered some of the questions, but if there's additional ones, Carmine and I are here to.
Commissioner LeBron, did that answer your questions?
Yeah, I think for where we're at right now, yes. I think a future question, so that I don't think there's an answer for it right now, is how do we move forward in ensuring that the budget development is aligned with the schools that have these plans and may need some additional supports and funding versus the school that's in good standing. But I think that's just a future question still.
You're muted, President White.
For folks who don't know, what happens is the host can sometimes, I think the program automatically mutes people, so some of us have to go back and forth. So thanks for catching that for me. Superintendent Myers-Small, you had a question or a comment?
I did have a response to actually something Vice President Elliott mentioned about the accountability and not just seeing it in August or September and then not hearing it again until we do the next set of reviews. You'll find that when we come back to you with the finalized draft proposal of our strategic plan, you'll see where the connection, it's not a dotted line, it's a straight line that will show the connections and the accountability measures that are in place, and what we'll be doing not only at the district level, but at the building level to ensure that the targets, that the data really stays alive and is well paid attention to. So that will be made very clear to you in what we bring forward to you at the business meeting later this month.
Is there, President White, if I could just respond?
Sure.
Is there some way that intermittently we can get progress reports of where we are with these plans?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I'm a little excited because we talked about this specifically earlier today. And it's our hope that we can use the reinstated Excellence Committee to bring that back, and that will be occurring on a monthly basis. So we'd like to show you specifically how schools are progressing and have those conversations with the entire board through that venue. So that's our hope, and would that's our desire, that the board would accept that would be a way that we can really have you wrap your hands around each one of our schools and understand what they're doing.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Next, I see Commissioner Powell.
Thank you. This might be a yes or no question, but feel free to elaborate. I'm imagining that in the case of where the action is professional development, that it doesn't necessarily include additional financial resources that, to be budgeted. It's simply prioritizing the professional development that's dictated by the plan ahead of other potential professional development. Am I understanding that correctly? Is that a possibility?
Thank you, Commissioner, for the question. I believe if I understand the question you're asking, is there necessarily a need for financial allocation for some of the professional development that are identified within the plan? So in that case, it really depends on the the professional development that is identified, because potentially you would have to, depending on the training, allocate funds for the trainer, depending on the teachers, whether we're paying for after school professional development. So there are associated costs that may not necessarily be attributed to the actual training itself, but it also supports the educators that need to attend and or the trainer that would have to participate, depending on what it is.
So if I might do some sort of active listening feedback. All teachers get some professional development every year, right? They have to get a certain number of hours in, but what you're saying is that while some professional development is sort of already plugged in at a fixed cost and as part of the PD budget, others might require a very specific trainer that might maybe cost more than a standard professional development because of its very specific target. Is that kind of what you're saying?
Yes,
okay.
That's exactly it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I don't see any further questions. So thank you, Deputy Superintendent, for that presentation. We appreciate that. Next item on Superintendent, do you want to add anything to finalize that presentation? Or are you good?
I'm good. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Morris.
All right. Next item on the agenda is resolutions for consideration. This is part of the thing that Ms. Wade and I did not have a chance to go through, and it was, again, my fault. The schedule's kind of busy today, but we'll get through this, and if I miss something, I'm sure you all will correct me. All right, first motion that we have to consider, resolution we have to consider is 160, and that is a resolution to appoint a part-time administrator in a tenure area. Now, let me just say, I think to deal with this, I've had some advanced discussion to deal with this effectively. I'm going to need a motion to amend resolution 160 so that it's 160A and 160B. I see our superintendent nodding her head, so I got that part of the direction. Can I get that motion?
I think you have to listen from the table first, President Witt.
This was a, that's right, this was a tabled resolution. Thank you, Steve, I appreciate that. I need a motion to lift resolution 160 from the table. As we had promised, it would be returned today, and it is. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Malloy, and a second from Vice President Elliott. All those in favor of lifting resolution 160 from the table, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Just by way of background, you folks watching, this was a resolution that came up earlier. We needed some time to talk about it, have the administration look at it. So the parliamentary rule is you have to table something, then you have to bring it back. It's all rather formal, but it's back before us for discussion. So now that it's back before us, I do need that motion to amend Resolution 160 to 160A and B?
So
So
moved.
I think I heard Vice President Elliott made the motion and seconded by Commissioner Powell. All those in favor of amending Resolution 160 to read 160A, which would, A would be the science and CTE position, and then B would be the rest of that resolution. Indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Remember now, turn your video cameras on and make sure your audio is on. Madam Clerk, did you catch all the votes on that?
I'm going to be a nay. We're talking about the Director of Science and CTE.
No, we're just
Would-
splitting it.
Yeah, right now we're just doing the motion to split them into A and B.
Okay.
So that will allow people to maybe vote separately. So can we finish taking the vote on that? Madam Clerk, did you get the vote on that motion to amend?
She
Talia?
doesn't know she's clerk. Talia, just say Talia. She's gonna get used to the title.
Are you still an aye on splitting?
No, I'm gonna agree to split.
Okay, wonderful.
All right, so we're set there. All right, now 160A. Let's take 160A. Can I get a motion to discuss resolution 160A?
Motion.
Thank you, Commissioner LeBron. Is there a second?
Seconded.
Thank you, Commissioner Malloy. Any questions or comments regarding resolution 160? I see Commissioner LeBron physically raising her hand. Yes, Commissioner LeBron.
Can you just clarify who's part of 160A and who's part of 160B?
With the instruction I was given is that the science and CTE director position is 160A and that the balance is 160B. So right now we're only talking about the science and CTE director position. Is that right, Madam Superintendent?
Yes.
All right, so just for clarification, because there was an email with a proposal to potentially separate these two positions, this one position into two, by elimination of a different position that is currently vacant but was budgeted for. And I feel like before we vote on this, shouldn't we actually decide whether we're going to support the administration's proposal and then vote on this and then vote on this as the director of science, or is this person going to be the director of CTE?
Is that a motion to go into, not right now, but you're proposing we go into executive session on 160A? That makes sense to me.
I guess essentially, yes.
Yep.
It was an administration submitted a proposal to the board, and I would like to support that proposal. But if we vote on this, I think this would kind of contradict a little bit of what the proposal is.
And to clarify, that's the direct instruction that I was given before this meeting began. And I forgot to say, the reason why we're separating A and B is so that A could go into executive session. So I shouldn't have called for a vote on that. That was the reason why I was given that instruction. So let's not vote on. Go ahead, Commissioner Powell.
I'll move that we
Move it to
The motion to move A. Was it Cynthia, Vice President Elliott? Can you rescind that?
Yes.
Yeah, so Vice President Elliott has made a motion to rescind 160A. Is there a second to that? The vote on 160A. I heard Commissioner Malloy second that. So that
LeBron. Sorry, Van, that was LeBron.
Oh, okay, all right, I'm sorry. Madam Clerk, you caught that?
Correct.
All right, so all those in favor of rescinding the vote on 160, the proposed vote on 160A indicate by saying aye.
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 Any nays? So 160A is still out there. Let's go ahead and have a motion to advance for discussion resolution 160B. Is there a motion?
A motion.
Thank you, Commissioner LeBron. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Vice President Elliott. Any questions or comments regarding resolution 160B? Can I have my participant? Oh, Commissioner LeBron raising her hand. Yep.
Just clarity that 160B includes the Director of Social Studies and the Executive Director of Innovation. Okay.
All right. I see our superintendent nodding her head yes. Any other questions or comments regarding resolution 160B? No further comments or questions? So let's go ahead and vote. All those in favor of resolution 160B indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any nays?
Aye.
I think the ayes have it. All right, let's move on to resolution 170 through 179 through 181. If there's no objection, I'll take these as a block. Can I get a motion to discuss resolution 179 through 181?
So moved.
I heard Vice President Elliott. Is there a second?
Seconded.
Thank you, Commissioner Malloy. Any questions or comments for those resolutions designated 179 to 181? All right, there being no questions or comments, all those in favor of resolutions 179 to 181 indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
I'm not sure. I'm gonna leave it up to clerk. If she heard the ayes, I didn't, but I don't matter in that regard. Madam Clerk, did you get everybody's vote?
Only one. So if everyone could say
I'm
aye.
a nay, but I'm just waiting for nays to be called.
Yeah, right.
I'm a nay.
Oh, no, I'm not at nays yet. I wanted to make sure that the yays have expressed their vote. I think I did. I don't know if you heard me, Ms. Wade, but I did. I think Vice President Elliott did.
Yes.
Are there any other yays?
Yes.
Yes. All right, so I heard 4 altogether. Are there any nays?
Nay.
Nay.
All right, so it seems that the ayes have it. Superintendent Myers-Small. Next item on the agenda is the school comprehensive education plans, which we just heard about. Is there a motion to advance for discussion resolution 215?
So moved.
Thank you, Vice President Elliott. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Powell. Any questions or comments regarding the plans that we just heard described by our Deputy Superintendent? I don't see any hands being raised physically or symbolically. So that means we can go ahead and take a vote. All those in favor of resolution 215 indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Seems that the ayes have it. Next item on the agenda is resolution 229. Is there a motion to discuss resolution 229?
So
I'll
moved.
motion. Oh, sorry. I'll second.
Thank you. I heard. Yes. Steve, did you?
Second time, 229 is the same as what you rose from table 160. So I think those are
Correct.
drawn.
Oh, this is withdrawn?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Steve. All right. I next need a motion to discuss resolution 236, 237, and 239. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Vice President Elliott. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Powell. Any questions or comments regarding those 3 resolutions, 236, 237, and 239? Don't see any, so let's go ahead and vote. All those in favor of resolution 236, 237, and 239 indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Madam Clerk, did you get the vote on that?
I did. Are there any nays? I hadn't heard any.
Nope.
Okay.
Very important that we express as loud as we can our vote so that our clerk gets it. And by the way, Madam Clerk, if I go too fast, let me know, because I know you got to record all this stuff down. All right. Next item on the agenda is resolution 245. Is there a motion to advance for discussion resolution 245?
So
Motion.
moved.
Oh,
I heard Commissioner LeBron. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Thank you, Vice President Elliott. All right, well, we got a first and 2 seconds, so that's on the floor for discussion. Any questions or comments regarding resolution 245? Don't see any hands being raised, so let's go ahead and take a vote on resolution 245. All those in favor of resolution 245 indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Seems that the ayes have it. All right. Getting down to the wire here, ladies and gentlemen. We have resolutions 248 through 250. Is there a motion to discuss resolutions
Motion.
Thank you, Vice President Elliott. Is there a second?
second.
Thank you, Commissioner LeBron. Any questions or comments regarding these 3 resolutions? Commissioner LeBron?
You're muted. You're muted.
I know I muted myself by accident. Sorry about that. Just on 248 clarification. I feel like I just read this last week and it was being assigned to the CFO temporarily, or was she being assigned to two other tasks that did not have anything to do with records management piece? So just clarity on that. Also, on 249, I just want to personally, as a board member, thank Marisol for all of her service as our previous senior executive assistant and clerk, and also fully welcome Kalia Wade into the role. And I know that many of our community members have interacted with Ms. Wade, and so it's a natural transition for her, but I'm also very excited to have her coming on as the new board clerk. So that's all I have.
If I could address 248.
Sure.
The appointment last was an interim appointment, just pending the appointment of a new executive director of accountability. That has now taken place. So that's why 248 is before the board.
Thank you.
All right. Vice President Elliott. Yep, I see your hand there. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. Define for me what is a valueless record? That's in Resolution 248.
It would be a record of no further educational or business use or value. Usually it is controlled by a list of records that is published by the Secretary of State. And it specifies those records in terms of both identification and the number of years that we have had them on file. Once that list is satisfied, we're free to dispose of those records, and the person who verifies that is the records management officer.
Is there a policy around that?
No, ma'am, it's state law.
Can you send me the state law? 'Cause I'd like to see what those records are that are considered valueless.
Sure.
Okay.
I'll try and send you an excerpt from the School Law Digest. There's a nice discussion of that, as I recall.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Are there any other questions or comments regarding resolutions 248 to 250? I don't see any. So let's go ahead and take a vote. All those in favor of resolution 248 to 250 indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
I heard 3 ayes, but so long as our clerk.
I said aye too.
Okay, yeah, those are the 3 hours. Okay, you got it? All right. Any nays? All right, seems like the ayes have it. The next item on the agenda is Commissioner Malloy. You are chairing governance.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. I just want to say thank you to Dr. Morris for your very thorough presentation. And I also want to express a special thank you and welcome to Ms. Kalia Wade, who's our new board clerk. It has really been an honor to work with you in your prior role as community liaison specialist. And, you know, I feel we're in highly capable hands moving forward with you as our clerk. So welcome. And I know that I speak for many when I say how committed to this work that you've been. And we're just incredibly lucky to have your expertise as we conduct a search for a replacement in that community liaison role. So thank you. And I would be remiss if I did not also publicly thank Marisol Lopez for her stellar role as our board clerk since last August. You know, we are so happy for your new opportunity as Chief Communications Officer. And we're so relieved as well to have the opportunity to continue to benefit from your vast experience and expertise. So knock on wood, this has been an incredibly smooth transition so far in a very short amount of time. So thank you to you both for your ongoing commitment to this district and the community at large. So welcome. All right, and so welcome community members to our board governance committee. And for those listening in tonight, I just want to quickly repeat the purpose of the governance committee. Our purpose here in governance is to, work with fellow board members to determine our collective development needs. We coordinate training to enhance our ability to perform our roles as commissioners. We also are responsible for maintaining an effective working relationship with our superintendent. Our committee facilitates the orientation of our new board members, and we will be welcoming a new member shortly due to the departure of Commissioner Shepard, who has assumed her new role as Deputy Commissioner of the Board of Elections, alongside newly appointed Monroe County Board of Elections Democratic Commissioner Jackie Ortiz. So we wish her the best in that role, and we are all grateful for the years that she served the community with us. With that being said, the Governance Committee will help us welcome whomever our new member to. Annually updating the superintendent and their evaluation tool. We supervise and evaluate board staff, and we work with board members to modify as necessary the board's staff evaluation tool. As a board, we continue to develop plans articulating how board committees will work with the full board and superintendent in a coordinated effort to achieve our annual goals. And the Governance Committee organizes board retreats for ongoing professional development. And last but certainly not least, board governance helps oversee the implementation of the Distinguished Educators Report by working closely with administration and our board monitor on the DE action items. So thanks for listening. I'll try to make this quick. Our first item of business this evening is to review and accept our July 11th, 2020 Governance Committee meeting minutes. May I get a motion to accept these minutes?
So moved.
So I think I have
I'll second. I'll
Okay,
second.
thank you. All right, thank you. All in favor of approving the July 11th minutes, say aye.
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 Aye for me. Any opposed? All right, thank you. All right, moving on to our second governance action item. We had an open session retreat last week in which we worked with Sherry Johnson from the Monroe County School Boards Association to help develop our board goals. Ms. Johnson facilitated this discussion and helped us come up with a prioritized list of goals. So it was recommended that we create a list of at least 3 goals, but no more than 5 goals for the year. And so tonight we are here to discuss this list of goals to help us narrow them down and finalize this document for our October meeting. Quick reminder and heads up to the community that governance will now meet on a monthly basis instead of a quarterly basis alongside our policy committee. We have established the excellence, or reestablished, I should say, the Excellence in Student Achievement Committee as well. So this approved change in our committee meeting structure will enable us to more effectively address the action items in the DE report. So I apologize for that slight digression, but it does relate to these board goals, which is one of those deliverable action items, and one that I hope that we can begin to finalize this evening and then approve by our October meeting. So if I could focus your attention to one of the documents you were sent last Friday, I'd like us to take a look at the 3 goals we had a clear consensus on, which included improving, I don't know if you have those in front of you, but it included improving the financial condition of our CSD. That was one that we all agreed on. Increasing academic achievement, and finally, equity. So what I'm hoping that we can do right now is to work on finalizing the potential metrics under each of these goals. It was recommended that we list no more than 3 items or metrics under each goal. I'd like to note that for the first goal regarding our finances, there's quite a bit of overlap with both the finance and policy committees. So it's going to be imperative that governance, policy, and finance chairs work closely together on clarifying these metrics and, especially deferring to our finance chair, Commissioner LeBron. So Ms. Wade, do we have that up right now? I'm trying to switch screens here.
Yes, we do. They should be on the screen. Right now.
I'm sorry, I'm switching between 3 separate, let's see here, 3 screens. All right, so thank you. Right, so I'd like to know which metrics our members would like to use for each goal. and we can maybe work our way through the listed goals. And then I hope that the second part of this discussion will be to then decide as a group whether to leave these 3 items as our goals and whether or not to add a 4th or 5th item to our board goals list, or just leave it at 3. So if we did add a 4th or 5th item, we'll have to come up with metrics that will need to be discussed then at a later meeting. So,
Amy, can I ask a question?
oh yes, of course. I just switched to the screen, so I'm sorry. I was looking for hands and go ahead.
Well, you can check for hands because I didn't raise my hand officially. So if you want to.
Oh, I do see a hand. Commissioner Powell has her hand up.
Thank you. As I read these are more like, these aren't so much metrics as check boxes. That is to say, once we do it, we can't put it on a scale and say we did poorly, adequately, satisfactorily, or exceptionally well. It's more like, okay, we did it, check mark. That being the case, we could have an infinite number as long as we have this time to execute each one of those check boxes. I wonder if there are, if anybody has any ideas about how to convert any of these into genuine metrics where we can actually measure our success or failure by more than just saying we did it. You know, we spent the time on it.
Thank you, Commissioner Powell. Those are some really great points. I wish I had the answer to it, but I think we'll be coming up with those together. Commissioner LeBron.
Yeah, so I think kind of going along the same lines, trying to understand where the actual potential metrics came from and also how would they be measured. But, you know, also reviewing something like study current enrollment trends to private. So I want to separate private from charter schools because charter schools in the state of New York are still considered public schools, although, you know, a lot of people have their own opinions on them, but the state of New York does recognize them as a public institution. They're just charter. With the goal to decrease, we're not a board that has the authority to approve or disapprove a charter. And so kind of interested in understanding how you came up with that potential metric, or if you came up with it. I don't know where these potential metrics came from.
I didn't come up with these, no.
So these were provided by Sherry.
Oh, Sherry provided these. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. So the only thing I do want to add to the studying the current enrollment piece is tie it back to the state auditor's recommendation that in finance, we would be having reports on enrollment and our payouts in the reconciliation report every other month, because that's how we pay out to tuition or as a pass-through. So I'm just not sure where these, I guess I'm not potentially fully understanding the potential metrics, the measurements of them, the implementation. I guess I'm a little confused on those,
So what I can suggest is that
I'm guessing that we can actually come up with our own metrics. These were just recommendations from.
Correct. I think that we can have a discussion on looking at each particular metric suggestion. I think she wants us to walk in the same vein. So for example, if we do professional development for the board, study sessions and workshops, we can establish successful attendance at professional development identified by having 4 or more members participate in PD sessions, something like that, and have that as a metric. And then we could go through that for each of the different ones. But it really depends on which ones we think would be most beneficial, I think, in evaluating that particular goal.
I do see some other hands. Commissioner LeBron, did you have another question? I wanted to make sure we got through through all of your questions.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Just as a follow-up, I just personally would have preferred to, I guess, see what Kalia just mentioned in terms of it being fleshed out a little bit more, so that that's what we're deciding on versus trying to figure out how this is a measurable goal for us to reach and how that measurement looks like and what are going to be the actual action steps to measure it.
Okay.
That's all.
Thank you. Next hand I see is Commissioner Adams.
Oh, when I look at develop and participate in all advocacy opportunities, I think it is measurable. If we start marching on Albany, start writing to Congress and the feds, and get involved in a lot of community stuff, we can measure that. The community will have a scorecard for us. Albany will have a scorecard for us. I just believe, and we have to do this. We have to do this. We just can't accept this narrative that they put out. So the advocacy is, and it's obtainable. And when we obtain it, that is the measurement right there when we get our funding. I'm through.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. Thank you. I see Vice President Elliott.
So yes, if Kyle, you can pull the screen down, if I could just give an example of, or get some clarity on my part. So this must be from our brainstorming session. I think the question becomes, do we still want to have these potential metrics, all of them, A through E, number one. And then number two, they can be broken down into metrics. For example, with professional development, how many professional development sessions or workshops do we want to do for this year? And then how will we know, what are the outcomes that we're going to determine for those workshops to determine whether or not they're successful. So when you get down to, and which ones, fiscal resources and what have you. So we can work it into it being metrics. Develop and participate in all advocacy opportunities with the goal to increase support and find alternative sources of revenue. To Commissioner Adams' point, we can go to Albany. We could determine that we're going to send letters, or we could speak with our legislators. I mean, it could be quantified like that. Even a time frame. When do we want to do that? When it comes to review current managed choice policy from a fiscal perspective, again, we can determine what timeline we want to do it. And then that's also a yes or no as well. But what timeline we want to do it, what is it that we want to, do we want to say that the managed choice policy is too expensive given our current financial crisis? Study current enrollment trends to private and charter schools with the goal to, and I can't see it all, but that may take some more thought in terms of what we mean by that. But the question becomes, what kind of policy do we set around that? And then when we talk about study community partnerships, I think there needs to be some more explanation of what we mean by that. So if that means, I really don't know what that means in all honesty, but there's a way in which we can get specific measurable goals. So I just wanted to convey that, so that as we move forward, I don't know if we're planning, if the intent is to work on any of that tonight, but that's certainly, from my mind, and to Commissioner Powell's position, that we can put quantifiable measures to what we have here. We've just got to determine if this is all we want to do, and then once we determine what we want, which ones we want to work on for the year, then let's go about quantifying them. I don't know if we're going to do that tonight, but that's my thought around how you do it.
See, I was thinking too, I don't think we're going to get to the metrics this evening. I think that was kind of a lofty goal. I think that'll be like an ongoing piece of work that we do. I am hoping that maybe, we've come up with those 3 goals so far. I am hoping that we can look at that other list and maybe perhaps If we want, we can just keep these as our 3 goals and worry about the metrics later. We can revisit it and be a bit more specific in how that will be measured. But then I'm wondering if you look at those, we had come up with a list originally of 6 goals, and some of them sort of overlap with one another. I don't know if you all saw the other document, but there were 3 other goals. And remember, Sherry had recommended that we not have more than 5 goals for the year. And so I'm wondering if we want to just keep it at 3 goals. You want to have at least 3, but no more than 5. So do we want to add to our list of goals that we've come up with here? Because we reached consensus on those 3, but do we want to add to this list? I do see a lot of hands, so but I think Commissioner Powell was next.
Thank you. My comment observation precedes your point, so I apologize if it feels like we're going backward. It just occurred to me as I read the metrics that they are action verbs, develop, review, study, but they don't translate into good, better, best. One example, if we take A, and instead of it reading professional development for Board of Education, perhaps it should read increase Board of Education financial literacy through professional development. And then you can actually measure based on the number of PDs and the attendance at PDs, whether we have in fact improved or increased Board of Education financial literacy. In the case that, in the example that Commissioner Adams pointed out, I think that the action verb needs to be increase financial support for our CSD through advocacy, direct advocacy to other governmental agencies. And then private and charter schools, the only way we could really know if we had impact is if we in fact decrease enrollment in private and charter schools and increase enrollment in RCSD schools. How? Through advertisement and improving the RCSD image. But I think it needs to be reworked. I think all of the metrics do need to be reworked and represented to us. I don't think that we could get where we need to go tonight if we go through every bullet point by point.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Adams.
To respond to one last thing here in reference to study community partnerships. An example of community partnership for me would be not me just asking for the money that's due to the district, me also asking for funding for daycare, which is a big issue in the community with this folks not being able, with the distant learning and people not being able to stay home at work. A lot of people are not able to, don't have that luxury. So it's a big issue, this daycare thing. And so that would be a good community partnership. When I march on Albany, I don't just bring up the school issues, I bring up the community issues. And vice versa.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. I see Vice President Elliott's hand.
Yeah, I just think we have to, I don't know if it's for tonight, if perhaps this is just review, but we do have to come up, I would prefer that we just work on 3 goals given the climate that we're in. That's my personal opinion. And then I think it becomes where we have more control over it if it's 3. And I think even if we only have 3 metrics under each one of those goals, in order to, well, you know, that we just have 3 metrics under each one of those goals. I just think there's too much unknown in our world right now for us to try to be so ambitious that we need to just, you know, tread lightly, if you will, you know, be able to manage 3 goals, and only from my perspective, only 3 metrics I think we should be working on for the year. There's just too many unknowns and an X factor here that we're not familiar, and we may not be able to attain what we, you know, enthusiastically would like to do, and ambitiously, but just may not be able to reach them given the climate that we're in. So that's my position on it.
Great, thank you so much, Vice President Elliott. Yeah, and just in hindsight, I'm thinking that this was a bit overly ambitious to present all the metrics at one time. So I'm wondering if maybe this evening we can at least agree on those 3 goals in general, and then we can go back to the metrics later. But I do need to kind of poll the board to find out if they want to add another goal from that list we had brainstormed back at the at our retreat. I do see some more hands, so I want to give everyone an opportunity. Commissioner LeBron.
Yeah, so I just want to add, like, when I look at improving financial conditions of our CSD, that right now we actually have to stabilize our finances. We're not stable. And not only because the country's in a recession, but because we have a deficit that we have closed yet, potentially facing another deficit. Plus, on top of that, the cuts from the state. So for me, I feel like when I think about our finances, we're just not stable. And so some of these things that are listed as potential metrics could be some of the goals towards financial stability or action items that could be taken. Like Mr. Adams mentioned, you know, advocacy. I would like that flushed out a little bit more, so that there is a way to actually measure it. Like, we're going to every month send letters or do outreach or go to Albany, you know, more than just once a year or twice a year, whatever the case may be. And then some of them, I just don't know if they would really align with stability, but certainly, you know, professional development around finances, that's already happening. That's already going to be rolled out through the Finance Committee. So I don't know how it could be tied back into this as a new goal when it's already happening. So yeah, just my 2 cents that if we talk about improving the financial condition, that stability somewhere has to be stated for me.
Thank you, Commissioner Brown. President White.
Yeah, I like the 3 goals. The only practical suggestion I would have is that in determining, perhaps not today, how to divvy out or farm out the metrics, that we do it by committee, that each committee look at what particular duties and responsibilities, and I know CIGR is gonna take some of the stuff that talks about advocacy, but ESA could take on a lot of these duties, or monitoring. I think what happens over the course of sort of watching what happens to committees is we often are consumed by the work of the administration. And if our goals and their goals aren't synchronized, then their goals become our goals, right? So I think what has happened in the past is frequently the agendas for these committees are driven exclusively by the crisis or the particular resolution agenda that's coming up the following the business meeting. But perhaps if we divvied out, for lack of a better phrase, these particular potential metrics amongst our committees, and then the committee chair said, okay, you know, I got to move on this, you know, so why don't we draft a letter? Like, I've been thinking about this. Why don't we draft a letter to Schumer and to members of the Senate and the Assembly about our need for additional money? Why don't we draft a editorial to the DNC about our need for additional funds? So I think one of the ways that we can get at some of these, not tonight, is have our committees look at what chair of responsibility can they take for monitoring and making some of these metrics happen? Thanks.
White, thank you, President White. Commissioner Adams, I see your hand.
I think it's important that we don't tune in on the adjectives enthusiastic or ambitious. We're desperate. That's the type of language we need to be using, because that's the position we're in. So I think it is important. Language is important. So when we start using adjectives, I'd prefer that we use something like we're desperate instead of enthusiastic or ambitious. With that, I'm clear.
I stand by my words. I stand by those words.
I didn't quite catch that.
I think those are reasonable words to use. Can people hear me?
Mm-hmm. I can.
Yeah, I think those are reasonable words to use. I
can hear you now.
Can you hear me? I think Amy froze maybe. But I think those are reasonable words to use. Every time we go asking for money, we always say we're desperate, so I don't know if those are the right words. I don't know, if that's desperate is the right word to use. People know where we are, but in terms of, and what I'm talking about in terms of our goals and what we're going to accomplish, that's why I was using those words. So the goals that we're trying to, desperate goals, if we do too many, I think they are ambitious, and we won't be able to accomplish them, I don't think. So I was using the words in terms of the goals that we're setting. Commissioner Adams, you may be using the words in terms of going to get money. But at the same time, I do think that, we always come down there. Over the 20 years that I've been here, we're talking about we've been desperate. At some point, people are not going to hear that language. But I wasn't referring to going to Albany, that term you use. I was looking at the ambition, the enthusiasm, and the motivation as it relates to our goals.
Thank you, Vice President Elliott. Commissioner LeBron.
Yeah, this is a little on topic and off topic, collective mix, if you will. So we don't have a chair for the ESA committee, and I wasn't sure if that's something that we could discuss in governance and finalize that, because that meeting will be coming up soon. And I know that Commissioner Elliott had expressed interest in it, and I would support Commissioner Elliott being the chair for that. But as we start talking about goals and aligning them or splitting them for particular committees and groups to look at, again, I feel like if we're going to move forward with this, we should finalize that.
That makes complete sense. Does anyone else want to weigh in on what Commissioner LeBron has said? Because although it's not on the agenda, I think it's very much related to what we're discussing tonight and the goals.
So next week, Tuesday's meeting for ESA, it will be a work session. So we'll start with was intended to start with the vote to appoint a chair for that, and then work through what would be the agenda of ESA and how to structure that. That was the intention for Tuesday, so folks know.
So go ahead.
So I thought we had said that we was trying to wait until we establish another board member. I thought we had said that. I thought I remember us talking about Commissioner Vice President Elliott's okay with being the chair, but we had also mentioned that maybe we should hold off so nobody has chair of two committees. And wait till we get another commissioner, which we're going to do with a lot of speed, I think.
Right.
I'm okay with either way, in all honesty. And I really don't have to be chair of ESA. Whoever we appoint, you know, I'm willing, but what does that mean in terms of the meeting on Tuesday?
Right, can I just wanted to follow up too on that.
The stack.
I have the floor right now,
Where's
so I just want
stack?
to follow up
You
and
don't
say,
have the floor until you've been recognized by the chair.
Come
I have
on,
the
come on,
floor.
Willa, let's not go there, please.
Floor, they were not recognized by the chair and they spoke.
Yeah, right,
So
right. So
I just want to follow up on what my original comments, since I brought up the topic, to say,
Madam Chairperson.
again, we should not wait. We should not wait to appoint that chair. And I, as a board member, did not make an agreement to that. Ms. Adams, I hear you. That was stated by a particular board member, but I don't think that that was voted on or decided on by the full board. Again, the only board member that has expressed interest in being the chair is Commissioner Elliott, and I would support that. She's also our vice president. So I think it's a fitting role for her to be the chair of the ESA, and being that she's involved in leadership meetings and does look at data a little bit more frequently than the rest of us who are not a part of those leadership meetings. So that's all I was saying. Now the meeting is starting next week. Kalia laid out a plan to elect a chair at that meeting. A new board member comes in, which we know will happen in the next 30 days. Then people can relook at their positions and chairs and see if they want to accommodate and welcome that person in. But again, the meeting is next week. So I just want to put that out there.
I see some hands, and just to help me out, if everyone could just raise their hands during the discussion, because it's hard for me to keep track. I don't know who was first, but I think it was Commissioner Powell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to help refresh Commissioner Adams' memory that the conversation he's referring to took place before Commissioner Shepherd had actually announced her resignation. The entire conversation was premature for that reason. And we simply haven't revisited that. As soon as Commissioner Shepherd's resignation was announced, then we were free to have conversations about, and I think part of the reason that the conversation was postponed is that when there was an ESA committee, Commissioner Shepherd was the chair. So if we'd started having the conversation, I guarantee you, I would have recommended that Commissioner Shepherd chair it, only because she had that history, and it would have been inappropriate given that there was some knowledge of her departure for that conversation to happen. So I'm okay with a temporary appointment, either for the remainder of the year or until the new person is a new board member is selected. And I'm totally okay with Vice President Elliott being that temporary, because we're going to make new assignments in January anyway, whether they be reaffirming appointments already made or whatever. But I just wanted to refresh folks on why it is that whole conversation was put off.
Thank you, Commissioner Powell. I do see some hands. Vice President Elliott.
Yeah, I just wanted to apologize if I did not use the raise your hand button and spoke. Sometimes it's just the nature of the conversation that you're in, and it's fluid, and you want it to be, it becomes conversant, and even in some of those times there are things that you learn. So I apologize for not following the rules. It was not intentional, but it was just a part of the flow of the conversation. And so and I want us to be a little bit more gentler with each other if we can. So I needed to apologize for that. And Commissioner Powell, if you thought that I was, and you did not, but in any way, taking advantage of not raising a hand, I do apologize for that. That's it. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Vice President Elliott. I see President White's hand.
Yeah, to that point, let me just say, and I've said it a number of times, it's not a science. You can't even call it an imperfect science. Everybody's doing their best to try to uh, conduct civilly conversations, and we're trying to do that in the context of this technology, which can be challenging at times. And sometimes you find it to issue a public apology, and sometimes you have comments offline to people. And so I think we should assume, and I think most people do here, assume no ill intent when a person doesn't call on that right person or a person speaks up. But in any event, because I've been on both sides of that. On this issue of the committee, I appreciate Commissioner Elliott's willingness to step up and serve as chair. I certainly would support that. However, to Commissioner Adams' point, we're meeting Thursday. I don't know if people are aware of this. I think it was made clear, but we're meeting Thursday, and Carl Christoph, our general counsel, is going to describe for us, and I think most of us believe we know what already the law is. We probably do, but he's going to describe the law for us in this area. And by the way, there is some controversy that I'm sure Carl and everybody else can work out about the appointment process, but I'm sure we can resolve it. And maybe Mr. Adams is correct. Maybe there'll be a quick appointment. I don't know, maybe not. But I don't see, particularly since the meeting that Kalia referenced for ESA is Tuesday, I don't see why we wouldn't wait until Thursday. We know that Vice President Elliott is willing to serve. We know that she'd be an able leader of that committee. But why wouldn't we? There's a possibility, legal issues resolved. Who knows? We might make a decision on Thursday, and then we would know what kind of hand we had in terms of who could serve on what committee, and where we want to put the new person, what skills that person might have. So I don't see why we couldn't wait. What's today? Today is Tuesday. 48 hours. When our hand will become a little clearer about who we're dealing with. And Vice President Elliott says she's willing to serve. So if things don't work out the way maybe we think they might on Thursday evening, we could appoint Vice President Elliott as chair of ESA.
So thank you, President White. And it's really clear that we have a number of things that we need to discuss relating to governance. And I do see your hand, Commissioner LeBron, and we'll get to you in just a second. Oh, did you take it down? Or okay. I just want to be cognizant of time right now. I think that these are all important. I think that I was a bit overly ambitious with the addition of the metrics discussion for tonight. And I'm wondering if, just to move things along, we know we all agree on those 3 main goals at this point, which I guess we could revisit if we needed to add a 4th or a 5th one. But I would like to put forth a motion just to approve the 3 goals that we have here, the general goals without the metrics. Those metrics we'll be discussing later and coming up with measurable items as has been suggested. Is that something that people might be comfortable just to move this forward this evening to agree on those goals? I see Vice President Elliott's hand.
I'm not sure, Commissioner Malloy, why would we want to move them forward if we really haven't had real discussion on those goals and those metrics? I'm not clear about why we would want to recommend them.
So the goals we came up with we brainstormed and discussed they're the general things that we're looking at as a board to move the district forward. So there are goals for the district. They're very general. And those metrics that were listed tonight, those were just supposedly how we were measuring, measuring those specific goals. So we don't want to approve those metrics yet because we need more discussion. We need to change the metrics. We need to have actual metrics for one. So I think what we are just looking at right now to move forward is just the general goal that was from the brainstorm from the retreat. We had all listed our preferences for the general goals that we would have as a board for the district. And we had come to a consensus. If you recall at the retreat, we had a chart and we had about 6 or 7 items that we prioritized on that chart. So the 3 that are listed, the finances, the increased academic achievement, as well as equity, those were the 3 that we've already kind of come to a consensus on for, to be our goals. So I guess the question here is, do you want to just go ahead as a board and approve those 3 goals? Remember, we have to have, or it was recommended by Monroe County School Boards Association, that we have at least 3 goals, but no more than 5 goals. So 3 would be totally sufficient in this case. But I'm wondering if I know we had come up as a group in that brainstorm with 6 or 7 different potential goals. 3 of them are here that we can consent to a consensus on. Does anyone want to add to this list? Or do we want to just put forth these 3 goals right now, and then we can worry about the metrics involved later? I see a hand. President White.
Yeah, very briefly, I think we should, as you correctly recalled, we did this over a retreat with Shelley, or not Shelley, what's her name?
Sherry.
Thank you. Thank you. And I think 3 is good. I think 3 is manageable, particularly since we're starting off with a new superintendent. I would go with the 3. And I think maybe, as you have suggested, Vice President Elliott suggested, maybe additional time is needed to pick out what the metric should be. How do we measure our success at performing those 3 goals? Thanks.
Thanks. And so, I mean, we can separate the metrics here and come back to those later. What we would be approving this evening would just be the goals, the general goals. I see other hands. So Vice President Elliott, please.
Yeah, so just remind the community what those 3 goals are.
So the first is to improve our financial condition, so improve the financial condition of our CSD. The second one was to increase academic achievement. And then the third was equity. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I see Commissioner Adams.
I just wanted to go on record as saying I totally support Vice President Elliott if she wants to be chair of ESA. My thing is I had the impression that she was just going above and beyond, adding more on her plate, and I didn't think that would be consistent for me to sit back and not offer an option for her. I just thought she was just doing that to add more to her plate because she could, not because she needed to. But let's be clear, I totally support her if that's what she wants to do. I just need to be clear about that. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. And just for the record, Vice President Elliott, I do support you in that role as well. Other hands. And so what I'd like to do very quickly is, can I just get a motion to?
So moved.
Thank you.
What's the motion?
To approve these as 3.
What's the motion?
To accept the goals.
The 3 goals. Okay, second. If nobody's seconded.
I second it.
All right. Okay, Commissioner LeBron.
So all in favor of making these our 3 goals for the year, say aye.
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 Aye. All right. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Let me come back here. Are there any other comments that we'd like to make? Oh, I see Superintendent Myers-Small.
I say this with all deference and seriousness. I hope it's this easy when it comes to my goals. That's all I'm going to say.
We'll do our best. We'll do our best. Realized I muted myself. All right, so we can move on. I think we'll come back to the metrics later. We'll revisit all of this and have further discussions around everything that we've discussed. We have a lot coming up in terms of governance, even within the next week or so. But what I wanted to do next, and let me get to my other screen. Okay, well, with that, I do think that we're in a better position to move forward. And we'll continue these discussions. So thank you for that robust conversation. I have to say, I think we've collaborated on this really well overall. And I think as a board, we should be fairly proud of the team effort to make these goals. So kudos, colleagues. We have our 3 goals for the year. All right, moving on to our final agenda item this evening. I just want to quickly, I'll try to move this along. We need to collaborate on how, or just a quick brainstorm on how we would like to roll out the board's review of the district's action items relating to the DE report. As I stated earlier in the meeting, we moved to monthly governance meetings in order to help us more effectively track our progress on the DE action items. Dr. Jallo will be meeting with me next week, along with Dr. Myers-Small, our board clerk, and our deputy superintendents to kind of take a deep dive into all of this. One of the discussion items at that meeting will be looking at the management tool that we've been using to track the DE action items and the plan, which is, we use a project management software called JIRA. It's my understanding that administration wants to take a look at that on whether or not we will continue to use that project management software. So we will keep you abreast of that meeting, and I'm hoping that we can poll the board at some point to see how you all would prefer to report or be kept in the know on the DE action items. So admin will be developing a schedule for how they report, and your feedback will be important in all of this. I did want to quickly ask our state monitor, Dr. Jallo, as well as Superintendent Myers-Small, if there was anything that they'd like to add so far, just relating to the DE action items and the reporting. Are there any other comments that you'd like to make at this time, Dr. Jallo or Superintendent Myers?
Well, for me, I want to make sure that the DE report recommendations are folded into the financial report, the financial plan that we're working on, and also folded into the academic plan that we are working on, so that you don't have multiple things that you're looking at, but you can see the cohesion either across plans or within each plan. So you should see the DE recommendations in those reports or in those plans.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Myers-Small, did you want to add anything?
It mirrors almost exactly what I was going to say, with the addition of the strategic plan as well. So the goal is really to make sure that we're working smarter, certainly, and not harder, and that there is that alignment, so that we don't have these discrepant plans that bump up against one another, but they really, rather that they are seamless. So as Dr. Jallo said, making those connections so you can see the DE plan, which started our journey in this realm, how that connects with the academic plan and the financial plans, which are due November 1st, and then our strategic plan, which we will be bringing forward to you in a few weeks. So again, we want to see alignment and make sure that there's cohesion and not discrepancies or, different plans with, or different documents with different information in it. That's going to be key for us.
Thank you. So it seems to me that the discussion that I had hoped to have tonight, it might make more sense to have that discussion a little bit later once we've met schedule. And then we can report out to the board, and it just might make more sense to have that full discussion later on. I don't know if everyone is in agreement with that at this time, but one of the things that I'd like to discuss with the board once we get the information from our meeting to all of you, I would like to, if there are preferences that board members have for how we are reporting, I'd like to get that input. So certainly we'll be asking you for that information and your preferences so that we can make sure that we're incorporating those in to our plan. Perfect. Are there any questions at all? I don't see any hands. Wonderful. All right, just a heads up, we will have an updated committee calendar to all of you by the end of the week. We're just plugging some, or I should say Kalia rather, sorry Kalia, is plugging in all the remaining dates. So we should have that to you all by the end of the week, as well as hopefully a summary of next week's action plan meeting once we have that meeting. So we're just finalizing those addition of dates. I will also make sure to provide all of you with an updated draft of board goals and perhaps start working on those metrics so that we can continue to have those discussions. Our next governance meeting is going to be October 6th. And if there aren't any questions, I think that this concludes the governance portion of tonight's meeting. So just looking for hands here, and I don't see any. And yes, so this concludes the governance portion of tonight's meeting, and I pass the gavel back to President White. Thank you.
Nice job, Commissioner Malloy. You finished 10 minutes ahead of schedule. Our agenda says we're supposed to be on the next item at 7:30. I see Vice President Elliott. I see Vice President Elliott giving you some applause. Oh, Lordy.
My record.
Here we go. Here we go.
Dr. Jello, I don't know if you've been a part of any of my meetings, but they be in 15 minutes. We're done. We could have 100 resolutions.
Oh, Lord. Can somebody put her on mute, please? Put her on mute, please.
That's good to know. Okay, you're the one to beat. Okay.
And of course, Steve is backing her up in this, aren't you, Steve? Go ahead, Steve. Go ahead, say your little remarks about how efficient Vice President Elliott is. I saw also Dr. Myers give you a thumbs up as well, Commissioner Malloy, so well done. Next item on the agenda, actually, I'm convening the meeting of the Policy Committee as I am temporary chair of that. And I'm going to impress you here, Commissioner Malloy. The first item on the agenda, we are going to skip over because the minutes are not ready at this particular time. And then the next item on the agenda is a code of conduct discussion. And I'm going to ask Ms. Wade. Yes, Commissioner Powell?
Do we have speakers on the waiting in the wings?
Yeah, we're getting to that right now.
Okay.
Yep.
I didn't.
No, that's all right. No, that's all right. That's relating to the discussion about the policy, the code of conduct. And I have asked our Kalia Wade, our clerk, who, as a number of people recognize, has done a lot of work on this issue, and she deserves much kudos for keeping us moving in the right direction in terms of code of conduct, as well as members of the community who are here today, as Commissioner Powell said, to have sort of a give and take, a conversation with our superintendent. And I have asked Ms. Wade, again, who has led this effort on behalf of the board, to facilitate this portion of the agenda, which of course will include our superintendent and members of the community, which were very vital to getting us to where we are today. And one of our key performance indicators is the number of out-of-school suspensions. And it is a result of these folks' work in the community that we are able to say with much pride that that particular indicator shows that we're clearly moving in the right direction. So, Madam Clerk, Ms. Wade, you want to go ahead and lead this discussion?
Yes, and I will be working in tandem with our General Counsel, Mr. Christoph, to kind of go through these. I want to first welcome members of our School Climate Advisory Committee who were responsible for helping to finalize these recommendations for the board. We have with us Rosemary Rivera, who was one of the co-chairs for the School Climate Advisory Committee, as well as Chuck Allen, who was another co-chair. We also had Angie Rivera, who also participated in the committee, who was in the room, but I see that she is not in just yet. So we may be joined by her soon. But we are just going to go through the spreadsheet as quickly as we can. My understanding is that we are going to go line item by line item, and then have an opportunity to represent their points, as well as the School Climate Advisory representatives will be able to represent their points wherever there are contention as the board goes through. So I'm going to share that on the screen right now. And I apologize if it's hard to see for the public. This is a very large spreadsheet, but it is available on Board Docs if you would like to pull it up at home.
Kalia?
Yes.
If you don't mind, I just want to remind, I have to step out at 7:45. So certainly General Counsel Carl Christoph and Deputy Superintendent Melody Martinez Davis can reflect the administration, but I'll be on for the next 20. I'm able to stay for the next 20 minutes.
Hey, and Kalia, this is Rosemary. I'm wondering if we can shorten this a little bit by actually just acknowledging the points of agreement that we have, which there's about 10 of them. We could potentially skip over some of the points of agreement. I'm really glad that we have agreement, and then kind of move to places to the other issues where we have some mixed agreement or maybe some conversations that need to take place in order to save time.
Correct, and I know that I have a document that does kind of delineate that a little bit. Let me see if we can just quickly go through. Wherever it says retain current language, that may be, for persons looking on, it may look like it is agreement with the School Climate Advisory Committee, but it is referring to retaining the language that's in the code versus accepting the recommendation. So I just wanted to make that point of clarity. I think we can start with one and we can skip over the ones where there's agreement.
That would be great.
Okay. All right. So number one, I believe, is one of the bigger ones that the board had looked at previously, but there is contention there. The recommendation is that that we place some caps or limits on suspensions. Right now, currently in the code, there are no caps or limits. And the administration wants to retain the current language, rationale being that the superintendent would like to review on a case-by-case basis. And so the discussion is open there.
Sure. So I'll start. And Rosemary, certainly thank you. You were a chair, correct?
Yes, correct.
I wanted to thank you for, again, for, as Kalia mentioned, for the time that you and the others spent on reviewing the Code of Conduct. We know the Code of Conduct sometimes in districts does not get looked at with regularity. And so I was so pleased to know that this was something that the board was very concerned about reviewing, and that certainly wanted to have community input relative to this. Okay. The other thing that I just think it's important to know is that I am a superintendent who not only believes, but upholds and models restorative practices. And I do have a significant track record with that, as almost 8 years previously in a previous school district. So I think contextually it's important to share that. Why I share that in part is because of this first one, and I wouldn't say necessarily contention, but we just don't, I would like to present why our rationale of leaving it as is and giving superintendent discretion. I am not a suspension happy superintendent. And actually, I do like to take a look at what has happened as far as when it comes to situations that are very significant or severe. And my deputy superintendent, Melody Martinez Davis, worked with me in our previous district as a high school principal and middle school principal. And so she understands and ascribes to the philosophy of really trying to employ restorative practices to the extent that we can. And also even just looking at trying to put days in abeyance if we can employ restorative practices. So that's why I'm saying that, that we would work hard to ensure that we would limit the number of days out of school, but there are some situations that are very extreme where I feel that superintendent's discretion, and given my experiences and my my training in restorative practices, I think it would be very appropriate for us to leave it as is.
So I'd like to just mention something here. There's 2 points that I'd like to mention. So number one, thank you so much for being a really super restorative practices superintendent. I've heard that, I believe that. The language that we recommended said should, it didn't say shall. It said should. And the second point that I want, so you, in the language that we recommended, it does not absolutely prohibit you from suspending students. Also, you know, I'm very glad that you're going to be around for a long time, but we've had some things happen in the Rochester City School District when things change in terms of superintendents. I don't expect that you're going to be leaving anytime soon, but life has a funny way of showing up sometimes. So I want to caution that. So our recommendation does not absolutely prohibit you. And third, and my final point is a really important point, and I want everyone on this committee to hear it. The political dynamics in the current New York State legislature has shown that the likelihood of the passage of a school solutions, not suspensions bill is actually getting greater. And I think that the district has a real ability to get a jump on this and be in compliance with it even before it's passed into law. And also, since it's practicing some of it, can also have real-time experience that provides some impact from the ground that talks to the intent of the legislation that is being proposed. So for those three reasons, and understanding that you are not completely prohibited from your discretion, I really recommend that we think about that before we make a decision.
Okay. And so it is the board's opportunity to weigh in as to whether they would like to go with the administration's recommendation or with the School Climate Advisory Committee's recommendation. President White, I see that we have some hands if you wanted to facilitate that.
Yep, thank you very much. Let's see here. I see Commissioner LeBron and then Vice President Elliott.
Yeah, so kind of just to support what Rosemary was sharing, when I look at how we change policies or have conversations about long-term directional instructions and guidance for the district as a whole, I want to just be clear that when I make a decision on these things or analyze these things, that is not pertinent or directly in a decision to the individual at the helms right now. So I say that to say, Dr. Myers, that prior to you coming on, I also supported the language change, and I still stand by that because, as Rosemary was saying, we have had some history of unstable leadership. But even if you stay 6 years, I want like this language to be in there 10 years from now, 20 years from now. And adapted as needed, right? So if it's not working for whatever reason for our students and our families, that the board and future boards continue to look at the code of conduct to adapt and change as needed to support students and families. But I personally, as one vote, one board member, support the language brought forth by the committee.
Vice President Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rosemary, it brought up a different kind of interpretation, because even when you use the word should, you know, I sort of automatically thought required. And so I guess the question becomes, if you are saying that that is not equivalent to a requirement, is there, because people like me just sort of made an assumption that it was a requirement, which would not give the superintendent the authority to be able to make some decisions if there was some egregious behavior and actions that would perhaps require the superintendent to make some decisions beyond this code of conduct. So respond to that, Rosemary, about the term should, because, you know, I just really not thinking even until you said it, that perhaps the word would have been required if it did not give the superintendent some authority. But you're saying the term should. So can you just talk a little bit about that for me, please?
Yeah, thank you, Cynthia. That's really helpful. Will to me means that you have to, or shall means that you have to. Should is like, we intend for you to take these recommendations to the into utmost consideration. So I think that the superintendent's caution around this and her want to have some discretion is right. I mean, somebody comes in with, you know, some very, very egregious thing, then absolutely she should absolutely take that into consideration. However, because I believe that Rochester has been honestly a leader across the state of New York in terms of this issue, And honestly, I really believe across the country from what I see everywhere, I do believe that taking the proactive step of trying to match up with the current bills and legislation before they actually come to fruition helps to frame the framework of someone in terms of like how people are looking at this. I don't know if I explained that well, but that's the best I can do right now, Cynthia.
Yeah, I'm guessing the word should is still, I don't know if I heard you respond specifically to the question about interpretation of the word should. And then I guess I should say, is this the language that is being proposed in the state?
Yes, the language that is being proposed in the state, I think you all have had the bill language that is being proposed with the Solutions Not Suspensions bill, which actually limits the number of the days of suspension to 20 school days and so on and so forth. There's an entire bill that has been proposed that a lot of people have been working on across the state and that has garnered support. With the current political dynamics and the fact that we have a political legislature now that is more progressive than ever before, I believe that it is a matter of time when this actually becomes law, and then that should will become will.
Let me just add, okay, then I don't know if we can, if we're if we could change it in this now, but shouldn't some of the language then say something to the effect that it is strongly recommended, that as opposed to just saying should? Because from my perspective, that could be interpreted as being required. So at least for me, but something like it is strongly recommended, in my mind, opens it up for the superintendent to be able to have some authority here.
I'm fine with negotiating on a point that is a strong recommendation, but I am not fine with just not having the parameters. Does that make sense? So that actually gives some parameters. So the SCAC recommendation of, no more than, for more than, I'm absolutely fine with that. I don't see a problem with that at all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I just think we don't want anybody to come back to say that the superintendent has usurped her authority.
Yes, that's
okay.
fine. That's
right.
fine. I'm happy with that language as long as those other parameters are in there that have the numbers, because I think it sets us up to be proactive in the future.
All right, thank you.
I see Commissioner Adams and then Commissioner Powell.
So I just have to go on the record that this discussion was had by me, and I am in agreement. And I explained that to Dr. Myers, that there are situations, there are exceptions to every rule. You know what I'm saying? We're not trying to handcuff her. That's not doing. It's just there's other groups that you give them an inch with language and they try to take a mile. I mean, it's ridiculous. I don't want to bash anybody, other groups or anything, but there are elements that actually, when you leave too much leeway, they just take advantage of it. And that was the reason why we wanted to get it tight, the language tight. I think it's important that the language is tight, not too much wiggle room up in there. But for you as a superintendent, it will be clear. There's exceptions to the rule. I mean, and so I just needed to go on record that I support the committee's recommendation. I was a part of that committee.
Commissioner Powell?
Thank you. I'm kind of with Commissioner Elliott on this. I like the sentiment at this point, but clearly some language change could be put forth that really satisfies both the superintendent's position and the committee's. if I had to vote on it right now, I'd have to go with leaving the language as it is, but I really would like to see us come up with language that addresses both concerns. And I think it's really doable.
I had sort of raised my own hand, and I don't need the floor very long. I agree that there's probably some language, and I heard Rosemary indicate that there's some language there that could accommodate the two versions of this. Strongly recommend, something like that. And thankfully, we are not voting tonight, so this is good conversation. So Kalia, do you think we should, or anybody oppose moving on, since I think the idea is for the committee and the superintendent to somehow, Kalia, you'll be a part of it, develop some accommodating language. So why don't we move on to the next point? Does that make sense to everybody? Okay.
Yes, and I would believe, I just want to hear from Commissioner Malloy as to whether she would like to amend the language as well. And then what we can do is we can bring that back to be considered.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I need some more time to look at the language. Quite frankly, I'm actually I think I need bifocals. I'm having a really hard time actually reading it at this time. So I think I need to expand it and make it larger. So I haven't had time to look specifically at that language. With that being said, I think that there are always going to be exceptions to every rule. As a teacher, I would much rather see us focusing on providing the proper academic support for our students who are suspended, because we all know that those students very often are getting shortchanged. And that can lead to kids dropping out of school and further difficulties with the law. So I'd like us to focus on that element, and that's kind of where I stand at this time.
Thank you. I believe I've recorded that. Just wanted to remind persons that there is that secondary part that does talk about long-term suspension for students in grade 3 or lower, which does need to also be considered. But we'll look at amending the language, Carl and I, and bringing it back in the next policy meeting. The next item I will bring.
Yes. Pardon me, I'm going to have to cut out here, so it'll be Carl and Deputy Superintendent Martinez Davis.
Wonderful.
But if there are any questions, I will circle back. And again, Rosemary, thank you, and Chuck, thank you. And I know Commissioner Adams, you were involved with this, so thank you. Appreciate it. Good night, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Superintendent.
You're welcome. And if Angie's back on, please let her know I said thanks as well.
Certainly. Just so persons know, we will not be able to get through all 25. Carl and I kind of discussed this, and we know it's probably closer, we'll probably get closer to maybe 3 or 5 tonight, depending on how fast we get. But this, we do know, is an ongoing discussion, and we do hope to have it finalized so that the public can see where we are and how we're going to roll out a new code of conduct if it's needed. The next point is the long-term suspension, not exclusively focused on behavior that results in serious physical harm to others. That's what's currently provided for in the code of conduct. The School Climate Advisory Committee recommended that this be amended so that named behaviors be listed out for long-term suspension, and to say that it would have to be one that results in serious physical harm to students, staff, or others. The administration asked to retain the current language and delete references to expulsion. And also the rationale behind that was that some serious behaviors do not result in serious bodily harm. And so, they also want to provide that provision for theft or property damage, etc. So we can have those discussions now.
Kalia, can you just read the original content? I am clear which one.
So the first one, so the original content, really, the Code of Conduct does not exclusively say that long-term suspension is reserved for behavior that results in serious physical harm to others, but the school climate advisory recommended that that long-term suspension only be reserved for behaviors that result in serious physical harm.
Got it.
Students, staff, and others. And
thank you.
Okay, no problem.
Does anyone would like to start first?
With your rationale, Rosemary.
Okay, sure. So in terms of the rationale that I am thinking, it would be kind of I think that there's a little bit of a lack of agreement on how to judge whether an action or another is actually severe enough to deserve long-term suspension. So I think we need definitions. So there's a part of me that says, I'm not sure if that's in the glossary of the code of conduct, but what might constitute a serious physical harm? But in this instance, like in the example, it also identifies property damage as warranting a long-term suspension. I'm sorry, but sometimes, you've got like $250 or more, and I'm going, a chair in the district, the way that sometimes budgeting goes, could cost $250 or more. And I'm very concerned about that piece. So I think that it actually needs some work behind the scenes in terms of creating some language that we can all agree upon in terms of what is serious physical harm and whether or not property damage, where do you get, if you just, if it's a desk, if it's a, where does it end in terms of property damage for long-term suspension at that point? My other question, and I did not get a chance to look at this, is there anything in the matrix itself around property damage? And I'm sorry, I didn't do my due diligence on this thing. I didn't have enough time to see if it actually addresses that within the code of conduct as it stands right now.
The code of conduct currently does, yes. It does have a behavior for property damage and how to respond to that. I believe it's level 1 through a level 4, which is long-term suspension.
Thank you, Kalia.
Could I make a comment? I just want to remind folks that our work group was made up of obviously school folks, but also the community. And a lot of what we were addressing was frankly driven by mistrust of following the district's own rules, and really wanted the guard, to tightly make sure that this code of conduct was enforced appropriately with the appropriate goals. If you remember previously, before the last few years, many of the long-term suspensions were for what we considered, I think the community considered, relatively minor stuff, and was very vague in terms of defiance of authority and things like that. So, and we would see, and those who've been through long-term suspension hearings, you can see how certain behaviors are exaggerated in the presentation to the hearing officers. So we were guarding, and the comments you made previously in our first discussion is, people come and go in this district, and you want it codified. So you I'd be aware of that kind of culture. Our goal of stopping the school to prison pipeline. So, not involving police when appropriate, things like that. And I think that's where we're guarding. We were guarding against some of that stuff. At the same time, the discussion about discretion is important also. But I think you'll see that theme in our recommendations.
If I could make a suggestion, perhaps a way to address that would be to actually take a look at the matrix itself when we reach it and talk about what level of involvement should be appropriate with respect to particular kinds of conduct. I think we'd be able to get at the problem a little bit better if we do that.
So
go ahead, Vice President Elliott.
Yeah. So are we saying that, because it seems to me that the administration's, well, I think I may have read something wrong. are we saying that we're not accepting the administration's recommendation around the word expulsion? But then I was looking at the rationale, and I'm wondering if, because of what the advisory committee is recommending, namely behavior that results in serious physical harm to students, staff, and others, and to be able to really delineate what physical harm means, and some of the examples that are given under the rationale, do we want to have some of those examples included in the SCAC recommendations?
Yeah, I actually do think that it would be good to look at the matrix. I mean, I get concerned about, I do get concerned about, what is the board's rationale around many serious behaviors don't result in serious physical harm.
Mm-hmm.
So where is the line, and where is the line? If we're kind of adhering to the first item of trying to really not have like long-term suspensions for some things, I mean, I've got lots of examples in my head that may not be worthwhile, because sometimes there are just examples can like skew things, right? But I do think I like this recommendation of actually looking back at the code of conduct and having a further discussion on this in at a later time, that says, let's look at the matrix in a good way, and is it possible that we could really define what we're talking about? When a student engages in, serious physical harm, I do want to understand, does that include, property damage or trespassing or if things of that nature in the serious physical harm? It just doesn't jive for me.
I have to apologize to my colleagues. I was busy looking at the screen that Kalia put up describing the particular provision we were talking about. So I wasn't on the participant screen. I see Commissioner LeBron and Commissioner Powell waiting. Commissioner LeBron?
Yeah, I just want to point out, when I think of physical harm versus some of the examples administration is using to not just define it by physical harm, for me, it's really two separate kind of tiers, if you will, and I think both could be in this code of conduct if they were defined a little bit better. I would certainly not support bullying on there, because for me, that is so vague in this district. And having had two daughters, one who did experience bullying in the district and how the district responded to it, right? Like, wasn't even appropriate either. So I think we have to be honest about how we define bullying, but also what supports and measures our districts and schools are doing to support students with that. And for me personally, again, having a child who did experience bullying, I would absolutely not support long-term suspending another student for having that behavior. Because I, like I used to tell my daughter, we don't know what's going on in that individual's home. And, you might just be the person in front of them kind of catching it because they feel more comfortable doing that to you. Like, there's so many factors, and that term is too vague. Trespassing is certainly another one in this district that I have seen parents arrested in the past in the district for trespassing because a school asked that parent to leave the building and they refused because their child was still there, and the police were called, and now a parent is being charged with trespassing. So certainly have seen trespassing implied negatively as well to our students if they were told not to come in that day and they showed up anyway, and then they didn't want to listen to the administrator. That is a form of trespassing once they are asked to leave. And they may not have a ride home. There may be so many other factors. And so again, when we're talking about breaking the school to prison pipeline, when we use words like trespassing in our code of conduct or bullying, like, for me, those are words that I would not want to see in any of this. They should not be affiliated whatsoever with long-term suspension. But I would like to define what serious physical harm is and give examples. and then also have some clear examples of some other, and these additional things such as to a staff member. And I am with Rosemary on the property value of certain things. I just would not support property value in here. We just haven't had a student blow up a building. So let me just say that. So if a chair gets tossed and scuffed, I don't think that should grant them long-term suspension. And I will say this, and then I'm done. We also, as a district, have to look at what happens when students are in long-term suspension and what that really does to them in the long run academically. And we do not currently have the proper support for students who are in long-term suspension. So, it's always been my belief that when we do long-term suspend students and we're not providing them with the social emotional supports during that time outside of their school, or that the alternative that we provide is not adequately enough to get them where they need to be academically and socially, emotionally, it's been my belief, and I still believe this, we are setting them up for failure, and we should be accountable to that too. So in these conversations, I know that the board, we've had discussions around what happens to a student during long-term suspensions, but I still want to retie that conversation back to these conversations as well. That's it.
Any other comments?
Yes, Mr. President.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Powell.
Yeah. So I'm glad that the administration is conceding that we don't need language around expulsions. And I'm glad to hear Rosemary say she'd like to revisit the matrix. But when I read this passage, what's in red, it strikes me as unlike the one before it. It's very clearly an example, namely serious physical harm. It's saying, first and foremost on the list of reasons why it's appropriate to do long-term suspension. First and foremost of those items is serious physical harm. It doesn't mean we need to list every single thing for which long-term suspension is appropriate. It's like just e.g. or for example. Only difference in this case is it's giving the most appropriate in a prioritized list of reasons why long-term suspension is appropriate. So I'm a little perplexed why the administration wouldn't accept this language. I certainly would accept this language.
Dan, can I make one more comment?
Absolutely, sure.
What comes to my mind is you're talking about an incident or a misbehavior that a child did or a group of children did. What we're talking about is trying to intervene in a way to prevent that behavior from happening again and ideally restoring the justice, I'll use that word, to the potential victims. And when I look at these kind of things, like property damage, a restorative process could easily resolve that situation for folks, and you come out with an agreement and the kid will agree to pay or whatever. So if you looked at it from an intervention point of view, the only reason a kid, in my opinion, should not be in a building is because of safety reasons to others, and however you define safety. So if there is no safety risk, you should have a different intervention available, and whether that's to the alternative program that Beatrice is talking about, or in that building with an appropriate intervention. So having an array of appropriate behavioral interventions that matches the circumstances is critical. And no matter what you write, if you don't do that, this isn't going to be effective because the kids' behaviors aren't going to change.
I'm sorry, Mr. Christoph?
The only thing that I would reiterate again, the comments are all very well taken and understood. But really the best way to get at this is to look at the matrix where specific conduct is described, and incidentally often contains a very good discussion of circumstances surrounding certain conduct that merit action. I would really suggest that this best could be specifically tackled as we go through the matrix offense by offense.
You know, this point in the discussion makes me, because it's 8 o'clock and our agenda has us concluding 8:30. So we still have some time left, but it makes me think about a process question. It's already been conceded that we're not going to make it all the way through. But let's just take this particular issue. What happens next? And I'm speaking to anybody who's led this effort. What happens next in these conversations? Would this be another conversation that we would further deliberate on, or the subcommittee would further deliberate on with the members of the community, Carl?
What I would suggest, in as much as both the subcommittee and the administration have given a lot of thought to all of these issues, why don't we go through them so that the positions are all clear, and then to the extent of further discussion is indicated, that perhaps the administration try to come up with language that would accommodate the discussion, and then bring it back to the committee. So we'll constantly narrow issues.
Rosemary,
can I just add to that?
Yeah,
sure. Can I just add to that? I think honestly that there are some recommendations when I saw the board rationales, etc., where I think can be resolved with some language changes that would, I see this almost as a negotiation, right? Like you have all accepted about 10 of the recommendations, so maybe 20% of the document, which is great, right? Like, yes, I don't see us having to haggle over that. There are some that with some language changes I see this as a potential negotiation. There's some elements of the school advisory council and the intent, which Chuck very clearly talked about, I think we need to have some fidelity to, and which would mean that, where is the real tension between the administration and the advisory committee? And let's really hash that out. I tend to agree. I think that we should look at the matrix on this particular one. I think it's possible to do that. I really recommend, like Beatrice said, to have a glossary that really defines serious bodily harm, etc., in order to ensure that we're all saying the same thing. And when we say something, we all mean the same thing. We just saw that with the should and shall kind of conversation, right? Are we all meaning the same thing when we say these words? That's it.
Sure. So
I think it's a negotiation.
Yeah, and I think we have a half an hour. That negotiation, I think what you're saying is, Rosemary, is that negotiation would take place offline, not tonight.
I think we go through as much as we can.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right. I think we may need to have another meeting in order to really discuss the rationales and where the conflict is, and then maybe it's a subcommittee of the folks between the administration and the school advisory committee folks that get together and hash out what would be then able to be presented back. But I'd like to hear from the board members and everyone else where they actually stand and what their concerns are, because they're dealing with these students and these places on a daily basis. So that'd be helpful.
So why don't we continue to use the last half hour, as I've said, and continue to press forward. Kalia, you want to keep on going to the next one?
Yes, and I can say that that's a very good way to move forward on it. If we can, I think we can organize those ones that are contentious and then just bring those ones to the board, and then we can have those discussions. But this discussion is intended to take place over a series of policy committee meetings until December, because we do know that the code of conduct is a hefty document. It is policy 1400, and it's several pages. There's no way we're going to get through them. These are just the first 25. The remaining, how much is it, Carl?
Another 25 at least.
Yes, I believe it's 28. Yeah, those ones are in cabinet right now. So I think we need to come up with a better way to review. But I wanted to move on to the next one. believe we can get through 3, as I said, and then we'll just bring the contentious ones in to the next policy committee. The next one here, and I'll pull it up on the screen.
Doesn't help on the screen. They're so tiny, Kalia.
I know. I really
it's so tiny.
It's so small.
I can see him just fine, Rosemary.
Yeah, thanks. Make me feel old.
Oh my gosh. Let me try and make this bigger. So right now, the point is, sorry, what's originally in the code of conduct is that the hearing officer is not required to make a judgment on the likelihood of criminal investigation based on an alleged offense. And the code of conduct only advises, if a criminal investigation is pending. The School Climate Advisory Committee wants to amend that so that a statement, the hearing office must send notice to the parent that includes a statement that if the child has been arrested, or if the child is under a criminal investigation, if that's likely, then what is the nature of the alleged offense? The administration would like to retain the current language as the hearing officer is not an
officer make a judgment on whether or not the investigation is likely. That would be it. So rather than saying one word, you're saying another, which allows them to go from likely, you can skirt whether, you don't have to predict whether there's a likelihood of a criminal investigation. I think I've said it.
Carl?
The code, of course, already requires that if the hearing office, and this is not necessarily the hearing officer, this is the hearing office. We're talking about the very beginning clerical part of this. So if the hearing office is aware that a criminal investigation is pending, we actually know that as a fact, we are required already to give that notice.
Yes.
So that's pretty clear already. What I believe the administration wants to avoid is putting some clerical person in the position of essentially giving legal advice to someone, saying that there's some likelihood that there's a criminal investigation pending. It's just not appropriate to put people in that position. I wouldn't even put the hearing officer in that position, because it calls for some prejudgment before there's even any evidence presented.
I agree. I actually agree. I do think that saying that criminal investigation is possible changes that. And the other thing that I just want to point out, as a parent and a grandmother now of somebody in the Rochester City School District, it would be wonderful if the content that says hearing office not required to make judgment on likelihood actually came out in a little bit more of a positive tone. It's like I'm absolving my responsibility of having to say anything to around this. Instead, could we actually change it to a more positive tone? So it's like the hearing office will send notice to the parent that includes a statement that if the child has been arrested, with the not saying that or if a criminal investigation is likely. I think that's the word that has everybody hung up, is likely. Instead, if we can just say has been arrested, or if criminal investigation is possible, given the nature of the alleged offense.
Again, it's not factual. Anything is possible. It just puts, and you might actually send a false signal to a parent. If we're required to report on a fact that we know that a criminal investigation is pending, we're obliged to already tell folks that. But to get into the world of speculation and what might be possible or impossible, it's just putting too much of a burden on the hearing officer and the administration's view.
Commissioner Vice President Elliott?
Yes, I would like to retain the current language. And the reason I say that is because our families come in contact with so many people in this district. And to Carl's point, that this person may be a clerical person and may not have the well, in my point, should not have the authority to send out a letter. I mean, I just think that it opens up too many questions that our families may have, and it, you know, a process that they may not be all with. I think that it is a responsibility that should not be given to the hearing officer, but someone else who has far more authority needs to be sending out a letter if we're going to send out a letter. But in fact, even in this whole process, I just think there needs to be as less people involved in this process as possible from my perspective. So I would want to retain the current language.
Rosemary, I have a question. I don't see any other hands in the stack. You know, even as a lawyer, having been doing a lot of criminal defense work and having served as a prosecutor, I don't even know when something is going to be indicted. An arrest clearly tells you that there's going to be a criminal prosecution or something to that effect. But I don't even know, based on some facts, whether someone's going to face criminal prosecutions. Because in the case of, let's say, domestic violence instances, sometimes victims don't participate, don't cooperate. In the case of violent crime, sometimes victims don't participate. Sometimes there aren't witnesses. But that's sort of my on the ground experience. But what was the intention behind this? Just to let people be on the alert so that they might get counsel or shouldn't speak out of turn and say something that could hurt them? What was the reason behind this language, Chuck or Rosemary?
Yeah, I was going to say, I frankly don't remember a lot of discussion about this particular point. What I remember more discussion about was what the youths put on the record during the hearing that could later be used against them in court. That was the bigger concern that I remember, and Rosemary helped me with my memory. The other piece to this, though, and having gone through this with a lot of families, is you know, they do have a right to a counselor during the suspension hearing. The problem is that it happens within 5 days. Good luck getting an attorney to represent you within 5 days. Legal Aid's got some wonderful attorneys that'll represent for this kind of folks, and I've sat through hearings in multiple districts with them, and they will advise their client to not speak to stuff for that very reason. You know, it's one of our legal challenges in this country. I mean, if they had appropriate counsel, you guys wouldn't have to worry about this, et cetera. And I'm not a lawyer, so.
So maybe another way, and that's why I asked, what was the intent?
Yeah,
another way to address it.
I think that the one that Chuck is talking about is something that we will hit on further along as a separate type of a recommendation. This is not one I'm willing to like die on my sword for, like, to be honest with you. You know, I do believe that, you know, I keep wondering, why is it absolutely required to put the language of hearing office not required to make judgment on likelihood of criminal investigation? Instead, rewording it where it says hearing office advises will advise if criminal investigation is pending, or, you know, instead of having that, I think that first one of like, I'm washing my hands might be something, I don't know. Are you required to put that in legally? Like, I'm not required to make judgment on likelihood of criminal investigation?
No, the code actually only says that if an investigation is pending,
right,
the hearing office is obliged to tell people that. That way they can know, because a real investigation is pending, that they perhaps ought to give counsel and come to the hearing with counsel, you know, prepared to deal with the case in light of the fact that there's also a criminal case.
So why can't you say that?
But the code does not require the hearing office to there's this language in under the original content of the code. The reason it's in the negative is because the code just doesn't speak to this. Mm-hmm. It doesn't. The code doesn't say anything about the likelihood of a criminal investigation. It just says if there is one, and the administration is not trying to shy away from that. That's fine. They agreed to it back when the original code committee put this language forward. Which incidentally, you know, someone said earlier, and I just want to take a moment to recognize this. I've practiced education law for quite a while now, and I've seen lots and lots of codes of conduct across the state. And I'm here to tell you the current one that you have is really pretty darn good. And one of the reasons it's good is because it has language in it like this. But you can only go so far, you know, in putting a burden on the hearing office to do stuff. I mean, at this point, we're at the clear portion of this whole process. The hearing officer isn't even involved yet. We're just telling people that, you know, there's going to be a hearing in such and such a day, and such a time, and such a place. And oh, by the way, the code requires that we advise you that there is a criminal proceeding pending with respect to this. That's as far as we can go.
So the other thing, I'm sorry, I am remembering some of the conversation here. I do want to say that there had been instances where children had been arrested and a notice had not been sent, or parents had not been actually contacted that their child had been arrested and what the nature of the offense was. I think that was important, is to make sure that when and if a child is arrested during the school, that a parent is actually contacted and that a criminal investigation is happening. And that didn't, I think that it didn't mandate that the administration, I want to know if you arrest my child. I need to know if you arrest my child. And I think somehow we need to say that.
The code requires it. I mean, this is a matter of enforcement of existing language, which sometimes we're not very good at, and that we need to improve on. I mean, if this discussion is telling us anything, it's telling us that we have an existing provision that probably is not being enforced as it should be. And the administration, I'm sure, will hear that loud and clear, especially the current administration. So, maybe we just resolve this problem by moving on and taking a look at the discussion of some of this language, which does appear later in the code. There's not just one single reference to parents being notified about these things. It appears in multiple places, as we'll see.
I think, Carl, that was what I was going to suggest. Sounds like we're in agreement, and maybe people have to rework some language at that offline meeting that was talked about earlier by Ms. Wade. So I think we can move on to was there another one we were going to do, Kalia?
So we can decide if we want to move on to just finish the 5 and then we can reconvene, because that was the understanding. As Carl and I, we knew that we wouldn't get past for the night.
So we've gotten through 3?
We've gotten through 3.
We've got 12 minutes left. Let's see if we can at least get the 4th one done.
Okay. Sure. So I'm going to bring this next one up for those who can see it at least. Currently, there is no provision for a copy of the suspension report to be provided to parents by a certain date prior to a hearing. The School Climate Advisory Committee is asking that placed in the Code of Conduct that a copy of the suspension record will be used to form the basis of the district's argument during the hearing. In the event that this report is not ready when the original notice is sent, that a copy will be forwarded to the student's parent or guardian no fewer than 2 days prior to the heering. Let me pull that up on the screen. I just realized
I don't remember this one.
Yep. And then that one is actually agreed. The superintendent decided to go, and that this is a matter of fairness. So we can actually skip that one. And the next one, so I actually need to skip over those ones. Those ones are,
yes.
I think number 6 is next.
Yep, number 6 is next, but number 6 is okay. So if the hearing occurs on after the 5th day, unless the parent requests a later date, the student must be returned to school pending the hearing. That is what is currently in the code. The School Climate Advisory Committee is recommending that if the hearing occurs after the 5th day without the parent affirmatively giving informed consent, then informed consent requires that the parent do understand the provisions of the paragraph that was stated there before they are returned.
So I understood the board's rationale that you can't know if parents understand the provision, and I really encourage us to think a little bit outside the box. The world is changing, folks, and our district is changing with a number of parents from other countries and so on and so forth. So I think that if there's a way to find or to help parents better understand what's at stake, it might be some way of expressing, is there something that is written down and the parent needs to sign or say yes to, or something that actually helps us to understand whether or not the parent understands what is happening at this point. Understand the board's rationale. But we are living in a really different world right now, and demographics and everything is really changing. And I think if we stay stuck, we need to figure this out. And I'm willing to have a conversation about what that could look like, but I really would like parents to have, for us to be able to know if a parent understands.
Does anyone from the administration want to respond to that? Or Carl, do you want to respond?
I see Melody has her hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Deputy Superintendent? Yep.
Yes, thank you. So I think this one is more about the fact that a student or a child can return to school after the 5th day if the hearing has not taken place. That's all this one is. It's just saying if we have not been able to schedule that hearing within the 5 days that we're supposed to schedule the hearing, we're not going to penalize the child and say, no, you're going to stay out. We're saying, no, because we didn't schedule it within the 5 days for whatever reason, you need to come back. We want the child back after the 5th day until that hearing can be scheduled. So that's what this one is about.
And I do want to, I don't know if I can jump in, because I was, as part of the board, I was part of the conversations at the school climate advisory when it was being discussed. And really the issue was that a lot of parents don't know that their kids can be returned to school if the fifth day had passed. And so I think the school climate advisory committee was trying to ensure that someone explained that to parents more evidently.
Thank you. You said it much better than I did. Yes, Talia.
I would want to see what's on the letter, because typically all that information goes out in the packet.
Right.
Parents with the suspension. So Carl, could you address that?
Because that's right. I mean,
where
the issue comes up here is where the parent is unable to schedule a hearing that has been been unable to attend a hearing which has been scheduled to take place, and they want an extension because after the 5th day, the district has no choice. The district must take the student back.
Right.
So this is engendered by the parent who says, well, no, I want to adjourn beyond the 5th day. And the district, rather than saying, well, then we're going to go ahead without you, will grant an extension. But the price, if you will, of the extension is because a hearing hasn't taken place, that the student will stay out of school pending the scheduling of a hearing that fits the parent's schedule. That's where the rub is here, it seems to me. And it's a tough question, because especially in our community, parents often can't take time off from work, have other conflicts, that prevent them from participating during the first 5 days. But on the other hand, the alternative is not so good because the student remains out of school. That's the thing that has to be balanced here. And maybe that offline discussion that Ms. Rivera was suggesting would be a very worthwhile discussion to have in terms of, well, how do we balance this so that the parent knows, what the consequence of either, coming to the hearing on time or extending the date of the hearing.
Carl, let me just say, I do quite a few of these hearings, obviously not in the Rochester State School District, but the issues are the same in a lot of suburban districts. It's a question of, and I'm sure you're right. This is what people were thinking about. People don't know, unless you have a lawyer, that you're really waiving your right to have the child return to school after 5 days. That's mandatory. This is not even about board policy. This is state law. So I think a lot of people don't know that. So is it Chuck or Rosemary, is it a question of making sure that parents are informed of the consequences of them saying that? Because me as a private lawyer, the first thing I tell them, I said, listen, if you know, you've got to work, or you want me to prepare for this hearing to make sure we're really ready, and I can't do it in 3 days, we're going to have to put this off. That means your child's not going to be able to come back to school. Is it a matter of parents not knowing the domino effect? Is that what this is?
That's definitely part of it. I mean, I go to a lot of hearings with parents, and they have no idea what they're going to. I explain the whole process to them. They have no idea it's going to be like a court hearing. In fact, it's an awful process. I warn them ahead of time. This is going to be terrible. You're going to have to talk about all the bad things you've done, and et cetera. I think it's traumatizing, frankly, myself, the process. But that attorney piece of it, or a representative, an advocate of any kind, would be wonderful. And that time frame is so short that, frankly, it's not realistic for a lot of folks to prepare in that time. I'm glad it exists, because you don't want the kid to be out forever. But yeah, it's a real challenge. And I would suggest that the district partner with some type of advocacy group or legal aid or whatever, that every long-term suspension person is given solid information about having representation and more detail about what the hearing's about. I know the letter goes out and it tries to explain it, but parents do not understand it. And that's true in the suburbs as well as here.
It is absolutely.
Yeah, the letter does go out. And incidentally, the letter recently was modified to, I think, name 3 or maybe 4 different agencies that are available to counsel and appear and help defend against these charges. I just don't know how much the district can do here.
Well, my guess, if we talk to some of those advocates and those attorney folks, I bet they would have a suggestion for you about how they would be glad to partner with you.
This may be one that we don't find resolution on, but this may be one that we don't find resolution on in terms of the language, but it is something to think out, kind of a little bit outside the box on. And I think that's part of our recommendation, is like, really, let's think outside of the box in terms of how do we get parents to really understand this process, and are they understanding it? So many of our parents just don't. As was iterated. I think we could move on to the next one.
Rosemary, before we do that, let me just add again my 2 cents here in terms of my experience. It goes beyond, having done lots of these hearings, it goes beyond just not being informed of what the consequences will be of the fight. It is the worst, and I'm not talking about our district, I'm talking about throughout this county. It is the worst form of due process that I have ever witnessed as a judge. There are people, they have no rights like you would have in a criminal court. And I think people are like, it's whiplash. They're totally caught off guard, right, to Chuck's point. So you want to talk about thinking out of the box, and I'll just leave it at this. I know we don't have a lot of money, but boy, how wonderful it would be to have in the district's employ or contract with the outside agency, an advocate who just does this work, tells people what their rights are. Like we have a public defender's office. Because it is a system that is extremely unfair, particularly if you're a layperson, to try to navigate and really understand. And to Chuck's point, I think Chuck made the point. A letter, and it's really, we're doing our best, but a letter really does not describing all the different agencies that are available. And I think we've done our due diligence, we've done what's right, but it is really not enough for what's at stake. I think it is something that thinking out of the box when you all meet offline. And I don't know there's we don't have much money. We don't have any money, but it is so critical. And not to mention, does it affect a child's life? But it is often the first encounter with a system, a justice system of sorts. And my God, the impression that people, not just in the city, but in the suburbs.
Wouldn't it be great to have an attorney write up exactly what we could do with that money instead of facing 20% cuts that we're facing when you have not a little money, you have no freaking money right now. I'm just so pissed. Yeah.
But anyway, that's really for you guys offline. That would be a great idea to do something different. That would be powerful because these kids, rich, poor, black, white, brown, they're and their parents, they're lost in the system. And it's a significant part of their academic and view about how life works. So, all right, next topic. Are we going to, well, it's 8:30. Rosemary, were you going to suggest one more?
Well, the one that I really want to talk about is the one about the district not responsible for protecting students' Fifth Amendment rights. But that's going to be a heavy conversation. It's alluded to what Chuck was talking about, and it's one that really does concern me. That's one that really concerns me. And there were a number of others that I think that we could actually do that were a little bit of like the Dignity for All Students Act. Maybe we can do that one and then call it a night.
Why don't we try that one and then we'll call it a night. And as we
yeah, because it's easier.
Let me just say somebody, and I won't mention him because I don't know if he wants to, but this person indicated that Say Yes in Buffalo has a partnership to provide legal representation for children in these kinds of hearings. So the committee and the community and the district might want to look at that. Thank you, Anonymous. Dignity.
Yes. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and share the screen again. The language that's in the Code of Conduct basically indicates what the Dignity for All Students Act is, and also then advises that we're supposed to refer to that. The School Climate Advisory Committee, I apologize, wants to extend that to improve to include creed, citizenship status, ancestry, predisposing genetic characteristics, gender identity, or expression. I believe this is the one that I'm, oh, is that the one that you wanted, Rosemary?
Yeah, it's the one where actually, Kalia, when I called you, I was like, my goodness, it's setting a floor. The Dignity for All Students Act recommends, requires a floor. Yes, that is the one.
Okay, that one. Okay.
Yes, that one's an easy one. I think we could come to a solution on that one, actually.
Okay, right. And so really the point there, and I have to readdress here, is that the code doesn't explicitly state it, where it talks about threats, bullying, and cyberbullying. And the Climate Advisory Committee requested that the report be filed for all cases. And the administration's rationale was that there should be no change, as the DASA basically determines when a report should be filed.
Yeah. So DASA recommends when a report should be filed. I actually think that we should be reporting more rather than less. I still have question in terms of process, in terms of like, if you have a, it says that DASA would trigger an investigation, but in terms of the language itself, I'm going, I think of New York State law and how, the federal government can actually give a floor. And there's a part of me that says DASA gave us a floor. And if there were concerns from parents and others in the community about these additional characteristics, I don't think it hurts to add them because they are probably going to be addressed in the rest of the Code of Conduct, to actually add them to that. So the committee was a cross spectrum of people with different backgrounds. Then the experiences that they've had around these characteristics were problematic. It's really a proactive attempt. It's a wonderful act. I love DASA, but there's nothing that stops us from trying to strive always to be even better. That's it. That's my thought on this. It's not a big deal, but I think as long as we can, either we include it there or we can include it in like the next paragraph in the thing. I just feel like if it concerned people, and these are certain characteristics that we all agree should be protected, then why not add it?
Carl or Deputy Superintendent Martinez Davis?
The administration.
Thank you, President White. I am a little bit confused as to which one we're talking about because 15 is the one that talks about adding things to what the law that covers DASA, but the one Kalia went over was number 25, which is about whether a report is to be filed or not. So I'm not too sure which of the two are we talking about right now.
Sorry, I think I meshed them together. I was talking specifically about, I think it's number 11 on the chart. So I'm specifically talking about the language of DASA.
It's 15.
So 15, yes. Where the recommendation is to add additional characteristics that the law doesn't cover, right? Is that the one you're talking about? Okay.
Wait,
that's the one I'm talking about.
Okay. Are you talking about that one or 11 where it's saying, oh, hold on one, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to mix them up.
Folks, we're on 15. 15.
It's 15. I thought we were on, yeah. Okay, wonderful. Let me get that back up.
And the solution is already in what Ms. Rivera said. The district is willing to add these characteristics in other parts of the code. That's the administration's response. It just doesn't want to add them to DASA because DASA doesn't cover them. It doesn't mean that they won't be addressed and they won't be reported on and they won't be acted on appropriately. The administration is, understands not with respect to DASA, but to something more important, which is Title VII. That's even broader and more enforceable than DASA is, and we're certainly willing to adjust the code to account for that. But you just can't legislate something and add it on to DASA, which isn't there.
You know what? Great. Maybe perhaps in the next language, in the next paragraph, then we can add those specific characteristics in the next paragraph, and I think we would be happy. I think that would be great.
In the code, as we've already been marking it up, because we're trying to get ahead here, as we come up with things that we think there's agreement on, we've already been modifying the code. And this language, I think, has been added in at least 5 places that I can think of. In our draft revision to the code. So we hear you.
So let's make this into the agreement. Okay. So let's say we take this one and put it into the agreement slot and call it a night. I knew this one would be kind of easy. I just wanted to share my thoughts on it. As long as we're covering it in a really good way, and these characteristics are also amended somehow in the code.
All right, I think you're right. I think we're in the agreement column because we'll take that out of there because, as Mr. Kristoff says, it's not part of the statute, but as he's indicated, it appears in 5 other different places and maybe even more, Rosemary, if that's the conversation you have in your offline meeting. So I think this was pretty productive. It's 8:38. We scheduled to talk about this until 8:30. Ms. Wade indicated that we were going to have her and Carl, and I'm sure you, Rosemary and Chuck, determined that this is going to take some time. So this is the first effort in this area between this kind of conversation between us. You guys will have an offline meeting, maybe do some more negotiations, conversations, and that will bring greater clarity about stuff that we agree on. And then the next meeting, we will be talking about fewer sections. But I thought this was a good exercise, got the board involved, hearing you guys talk about these things that you've been dealing with for many, at least quite a few years. So bless you.
Can I ask one question? I'm sorry. Did someone, as I'm talking and it's getting late, I did not take notes. And I'm wondering if someone did take notes about what we agreed on, where we still need to talk, and if they can share them with Chuck, myself, and others, that would be really helpful so that we're not hitting the rewind button every time we come together.
I saw Carl raise his hand, and I'm sure Kalia has notes. So
great.
And those are the folks that you'll be meeting with again. So yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rosemary, Chuck. We really do appreciate the work that you all have done. I think a number of people said it. I said it earlier on. We would not be where we're at today without you guys working. The fact that you're still working on this after all these years. I remember when you guys got together, I think it was at School Without Walls with Bohan Vargas and had an announcement, and who'd have thought all these years later you'd still be plugging away, making us better. Carl has a lot of experience in this field, and education law has said tonight, and it goes without contest that this is probably one of the most exceptional codes of conducts that you'll see, certainly in New York, maybe even in the nation. So, and it's getting better. So thank you all for your work. And I guess the board will see you at a subsequent meeting where we do the same kind of exercise. Does that make sense, everybody?
Thanks for having us.
Thank you so much for having us. Bye-bye.
Thank you for coming. Bye-bye. All right, folks. All I have, unless I'm looking at my participant list, unless there's something that I missed, we're next scheduled to go into executive session. We're just, a few minutes behind schedule, but that's okay. We have to talk about matters relating to the terms and conditions of certain employees. Also have to receive some legal guidance from our attorney. Is there a motion to go into executive session?
Motion.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Seconded by, I think I heard Vice President Elliott. All those in favor of going to executive session for the purposes just described indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Seems like the ayes have it. Ladies and gentlemen that have been watching this district presentation or meeting, we probably will come back out of executive session. I think there's 160A that may be voted on. Ms. Wade tells me that's correct. So if you want to stick around, you can. I don't know how long we'll be in executive session. I'm hoping it won't be too long. And then we'll reconvene and vote on that one resolution. So we'll see you in a little bit, or if not, have a good night and be safe on behalf of the Board of Education. It is now 9:44. It is still September the 1st. The other day I couldn't have said that. Vice President Elliott's record is still well intact, but I need a motion to discuss Resolution 160A.
Motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Malloy. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Thank you, Vice President Elliott. Any questions or Oh, no. It's my understanding that 160A will be withdrawn. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that correct? All right. So
administration's withdrawing 160A.
That has been withdrawn. Next thing I need is a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second it.
All right. It's been moved by Vice President Elliott, seconded by Commissioner
Point of
LeBron.
order?
Oh, yes,
Point of
ma'am.
order?
Yes.
Are we not survey tonight?
Thank you. Kaya, I know this is your first night. Thank you, Commissioner Powell. Do we have that survey?
Tom,
No? Oh, Tom?
do we have it?
There we go.
Oh.
Thank you, Commissioner Powell, for reminding us. And don't leave because we haven't voted ourselves out of session yet. Ms. Wade, could you tell us when everybody's set and we'll take that vote on the motion to adjourn?
I just need one more person.
Take your time.
Okay, we're good.
All right. All those in favor of adjourning indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Doubt it. The ayes have it. Good night, everybody. Thanks,
Good
Commissioner
night.
Powell, for reminding
Good
me.
night.
Thanks. Good night, everybody.
Bye, everyone.